Good afternoon and welcome to Blackpool Cricket Club. We are here for Lancashire Thunder versus Somerset in the Women's Vitality Blast. The sun is shining, but we have a slightly unusual situation. I'm Polly Starkey, Mike Perkins alongside me, and he's going to explain more.
Yes, so we are in the situation where there's some bad traffic on the M6 at the moment. So that means at last count there were 9 Lancashire players on the ground. 5 have been stuck in this problem that we've had today. So it means we're going to have a delayed start. We will be starting at 3 o'clock. And we hope Lancashire will be starting with 11 players. Currently, they have 9 here. The toss, we would usually bring you at this stage, but we're unable to do so at the moment. So we will hopefully be back with 11 Lancashire players and a toss, but we will see. But the scheduled start time is going to be 3 o'clock today.
And if you're in the area, bring down your spikes because you never know, you could end up on the pitch today. We'll be back shortly and hopefully we'll get the game underway.
Two names rich in history, Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Keep an eye out for some familiar brands such as Guinness, Celavino, VK Hooch and Britvic. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
L is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fuelled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
I think the pace of the women's game and how far it's moved and how quickly it's moved is absolutely phenomenal. And I think not many people would have ever envisaged that it could have moved the way that it has done.
So you would never imagine seeing that type of crowd for a women's match when I used to go and watch Thunder play Blackpool in the KSL.
Just to see the growth of the game, it's a super exciting time.
Been here at Emirates Old Trafford in the indoor school over the winter. The first time ever as a women's team we've been able to have a really good training block here.
Today there's huge misogyny in cricket. There's huge casual sexism every single day.
I guess it's pretty entrenched. Women's cricket wasn't really on the agenda.
Problems in cricket have been dominated by a very sort of small pool of white men, basically.
I think it's pretty clear there's a huge funding gap. A lot of stakeholders are going to have to really take a few brave decisions to get us where we need to get to.
As females, we don't want equal pay, we want equal opportunity, and that's what we're getting now at Lancashire.
Okay.
I'm recording, so...
Nice. 3, 2. The Charlotte Edwards Cup begins on Sunday, and it's going to be a very exciting competition.
It's a massive competition, you know, especially for our Thunder girls as well. After, you know, a relatively quiet showing in the 50-over competition, I think the coaches will be really pinpointing this competition to do something.
So the Charlotte Edwards Cup is our T20 domestic competition for our regional team.
Obviously named after the great Charlotte Edwards, who's strangely a coach in the tournament, so she's playing for her own name.
It's a round-robin competition, so each team plays each other once.
Then the top 3 get through to a finals day, where top of the group go straight through to a final, and second and third play off in a semi-final.
I think, in a way, this season coming up could be quite pivotal for Thunder. I think they're at a point where they're going to try and show a little bit of something for the investment that's been put in.
The pressure's there at the end of the day. You know, we're putting in significant investment from the likes of Hilton and Sports Breaks, and the club are over-investing over and above what the ECB are putting in as a regional programme, and which to a level more than any other team. I mean, we're trying to develop a professional elite environment.
The fact that it is so much more visible, that people know they can make good careers from it now, will engage the teenagers and even younger women than that to really get involved in the sport and drive it forward, which is an exciting thing for all of us involved.
A lot of teams were looking at us going, wow, they've been on this amazing pre-season tour, what are they going to be like?
Emma Lamb on strike.
You'll need 2 or 3 individuals to step up, and you need the team to function effectively as a unit.
Deandra Dottin tries to sweep, but completely misses, and the stumps are rattled.
With that investment and with that support comes increasing expectations.
Should be a catch here, straight to extra cover.
Maybe there's an element of trying to run before you can walk a little bit with it.
A big swing here, and this time she does connect. 1 bounce, and it's gone for 4. There's a fielder underneath, put down.
Actually, that motivation going into a new season is always really exciting and can set you up as a group to really start performing.
Prendergast will go for the single, shot at the stumps, and miss. And Western Storm are home.
And a warm welcome from Emirates Old Trafford. Thunder team against the Blaze here in the Charlotte Edwards Cup. Kirsty Godden balls down the pitch, comes lead out and chipped right up towards mid-off, and Emma Lamb's gone.
What do we think is going wrong? Why aren't we winning these early games, you know? And there wasn't any one thing that we could put our finger on.
Ball, and she's looking to ramp that. It could be LBW. It is LBW.
Threlkeld has gone. She's gone for 22. Returns for her fourth and final over. And Eccleston chips the ball back over her head, and Kelly takes the catch.
But ultimately, when you're playing at an elite level, then that pressure exists. You know, whether the additional funding is there or not. The reality dawns that that is what professional sport is.
Over crossing and balls. That's chipped up towards mid-on. But not Thunder's day in the second match. This will be the winning runs.
So I think there's an element of you put that support in, you put that investment in, right, start winning games. It just doesn't work like that, does it?
The better team, the stronger team across the piece won the match.
Good for you, Scott.
Okay. Well, Paul, what's your thoughts on today?
Yeah, it's we're disappointed, obviously, to lose the game.
Paul Holton with me on commentary for a bit today, and he said that it looked like a team that's not won all season against a team that's actually played quite well this season. Would that be a fair summary?
I think that's fair, yeah. I mean, we probably lacking a little bit of confidence at this point in time.
Yeah, you're winless, obviously, so far this season in the Rachel and in, obviously, 2 matches in the Charlotte Edwards Cup. How disappointing is that? There was kind of a lot of optimism coming into this season, I think.
Yeah, look, we're disappointed. There's no doubt about that. That's the game, isn't it? And what we've got to do is we've got to keep building belief in the players and be ready, work hard and work smart and be ready come Saturday.
We always joke about Crosby having its own climate as well. Like every time we come, the weather's nice. First thing on a Sunday morning, it's like so quiet. Like it's early, but there's like nobody here. The first time we brought Maisie here, she thought the statues were real people, and then I was like, yeah, so did Charlie. Don't live far from here and grew up playing at Rainford Cricket Club in Liverpool Comp, which is all because of my brother, really. So, brother played both cricket and football, and I did the same because of him, really. So, opportunities-wise, I always just played boys and men's stuff, really. Yeah, it was brilliant, and Rainford gave me all the opportunities that they could, and played a little bit at school as well. And then obviously got picked up in the Lancashire setup from sort of nine onwards. So yeah, played for many years, coming through the age groups, which was all women's stuff. I'm Ellie Threlkeld, wicketkeeper, batter and Thunder captain.
Oh, Ellie Threlkeld, an amazing skipper, fastest hands in the northwest and in the whole country, I'd say. So I think behind the sticks as a wicketkeeper, she's a phenomenal talent.
You can't look past the skipper, Ellie Threlkeld. I think she's been brilliant over the last few years. You know, taking on the reins as skipper is never an easy job, especially with a young group like we've got.
She's, you know, a formidable individual. She's still so young and she's got such incredible leadership skills.
Ellie's great. Ellie is what we're about at Thunder. And it's challenging for her in terms of the pressure of keeping, captaining, batting in top middle order as well. So she's got a lot of pressure on her shoulders as well.
Played for Lancashire since the age of 9, I think, so a very long time. I've been part of the Thunder setup for 3 years now when it first was created. One of the first to receive a professional contract in 2020. And yeah, I've been part of the setup ever since, and became captain 2 years ago. So yeah, this would be my 2nd season in charge. It's something I've always wanted to do. I think I've done it a lot at age group cricket. When we found out Alex Hartley was stepping down, it was not really talked about a lot for a long period of time, and it was sort of myself, Georgie Boyce, a couple of other players were getting opportunities to do the leadership roles on the pitch, and it was mentioned to me that it might be possible, and I sort of gave it everything from my end and said I really want to do it. But yeah, I remember the moment Shawsey told me, and I just couldn't really believe it, to be honest. I think obviously I was only 23, and yeah, it's pretty young to be able to do it, and I think since then I've done everything I can to sort of get better and to try and impact the group as much as I can.
I think a captain in cricket does have a lot of responsibilities. There's decision making, obviously there's a lot of input from a coaching team beforehand, but on-field decision making of if the game plan's not going quite how you wanted it, who's coming on to bowl next. You've got a foot in both camps in a way, that you're working with the coaches around selection, and then you're also part of a team like everyone else.
All the support we're getting from Lancashire's absolutely brilliant. Hilton have been amazing, and yeah, likewise other sponsors have as well, and I don't think we'd be able to be going on pre-season tours and funding extra professional players without their help, but there becomes a point where, yeah, we've got to give back as a team, and all the support we're getting, it's got to translate to results on the pitch.
Hello. Hello. How are you? Very well, how are you? I know.
The women's game, the growth has been magnificent, really. I think it's been a rapid pace of change, but it's also on a journey where you kind of just know it's still got so much further to go.
The game will only get better in quality if women can be given the opportunity to have 12-month contracts, to train in the way that the men do, to completely focus on cricket, and that it's the money, sadly.
We needed to do more, we wanted to do more. I think one of the things that we've always been guilty of is wanting to run before everybody else wanted to walk. You know, we can go and drive additional commercial sponsorship, but we need some more from the governing body. The governing body can achieve that if it actually recognises that by going and doing a broadcast deal or getting a big title domestic sponsor for the Charlotte Edwards Cup trophy, that would be game-changing, because that would fill that gap that would enable the women's pro structure to pay what it needs to pay and do what it needs to do to really compete and grow.
I think in terms of where the women's game is right now, I think we're only scratching the surface of the potential, actually, and I think it's going to take a real collaborative effort across the whole of the professional game network. So that's all of our partners, so that's whether it's the first-class counties, the national counties, commercial partners. It really does have to work together in a cohesive way to sort of rise the whole tide.
We are, as the ECB, over-investing in the women's game at the moment relative to the direct commercial returns that we create from it. That's partly because we believe it's just the right thing to do, because ultimately where we're trying to get to is a self-sustaining economy where we build the audience, we create the value, we're able to pay players what we'd like to be paying them.
Stop treating the domestic game as a performance sport. It is a commercial elite sport. There will be a way of doing that if there's a will.
In terms of women's domestic cricket, we are very much in our infancy, I guess, in terms of establishing that as a broadcast product. I think it's something that I am optimistic about in the future as to where that will sit.
I genuinely have always just wanted what's best for our women's professional squad and what's right for our women's professional squad. You know, it isn't our job to make the life easy for the ECB and others. It's our job to be on a journey and do what's right by our women's professional squad.
I think for me, the most important thing about cricket and my love for it came from the friendships that I developed. You know, started playing cricket with Kate Cross at an incredibly young age, at 12 years old, and she's been my ride or die ever since. And, you know, friends that I've made throughout the game have obviously been my rock through my darkest times, but cricket for me is just the most incredible sport.
For me, nothing in my life will ever beat the 2017 World Cup final at Lord's, and we won it. And then you almost think, how does it get better than that? That's the high. Your dreams have come true. And then you lose your England contract and you go, who am I? Who have I become?
Right, so Alex, we'll start with the intro questions, so they're some nice and easy ones for you. So first is your name and your role.
I'm Alex Hartley, former Thunder.
Straight into the hands of deep mid-wicket. Kate Cross with the catch.
Ragadoosh, baby. Time for a batting clinic now. Oh, I don't like that one.
Alex Hartley, World Cup winner, just an absolute firecracker of a player, really good fun.
Oh, they're having sex. Oh no, it's not, it's dead.
The moment she came back to training again, it was fantastic. She just brought an energy, a keenness, a directness about her as well.
Brilliant start from Alex Hartley.
Alex, left arm spinner, enthusiastic player, absolute cricket nut, loves getting involved in everything cricket.
Alex Hartley, one of my oldest and longest friends, the heartbeat of many teams and one of the reasons that I fell back in love with the game.
I was pulling my hair out, my eyelashes out. I had a breakdown on my mum. Couldn't remember the last time I laughed, couldn't remember the last time I smiled. And I was coming back from cricket training, I was miserable, I cried every single day. And had to start therapy because I didn't know what else to do, and I really had hit rock bottom of just going back to that dark place that I was in 2019. Therapy for me got me through the summer of my last summer of playing cricket, and I'm really glad I did that, really glad that I got through that, because if I'd have retired at the lowest of lows that I was at and in a really dark place, I think I would have hated cricket forever. But through therapy, I got to play another season with the Thunder Girls, I got to play in the 100, and I retired quite proud of what I've achieved in my life.
Beautiful day here at Emirates Old Trafford, and we are starting, of course, with the Thunder against the Sunrisers. Delighted to say that I'm joined by Lancashire's Sophie Eccleston. Great to have you with us. As you say, it's not quite gone according to plan so far. Have you been able to really sort of put your finger on where things are going wrong for you?
I think we just need to be a bit clearer on bowling plans, to be honest. I think we should ball a bit straighter. I think we've been a bit wayward with our lines recently. Get a few, have someone like Lammy to go big today and get some runs on the board.
Ellie, thanks very much for speaking to us. You've just had the toss. What's the verdict?
We're going to have a bowl today. Yeah, lost the toss, so we're in the field.
Right, girls, all I ask is we sit here after this innings and we've given everything, okay? Energy for 20 overs, do the basics really well, all straight. Come on.
After the tough start, I had concern, definitely. You know, I've kind of staked behind my team's name. I'm really supporting and getting behind this group.
The consequence of people not performing is, you know, those opportunities aren't there anymore.
I think there was pressure, maybe that played a part.
Kate Cross to bowl the first. Cross strikes, wicket with the second ball of the match.
But I know we are good enough, but we're just not showing it on the pitch.
Here's Cross bowls. As she cleared extra cover, Lamb running backwards. Norris coming into the attack.
Villiers sliced away and caught. Second wicket to fall, 28 for 2.
That's gone high, more height than distance, I reckon. Should be gone. Is gone. Straight to Deandra Dottin. Gardner, the new batter. Here's Lamb in and balls. That's driven for 4. 2 balls left. Oh, and bowls! And she's excellent by Ditani. Really good couple of overs at the death here for Thunder. And that will be, I think, a really, really happy Thunder dressing room. It's all about the batters now. Job done.
That game really felt like it was the first time that everything was coming together. We bowled really well, and you could see the confidence of the girls was through the roof as well. And it felt like if we could nail the second innings, then we were really onto something.
There's pressure there, but the team went in believing. You really backed us. You know, the team walked out and you thought, yeah, we can do this.
So here we go. Liberty Heap and Emma Lamb heading out to bat. A lot of pressure on Emma Lamb if she can get off to a good start.
Kopak to open up the bowling from the Jimmy Anderson end. It's flashed away to mid-wicket. Nicely played by Emma Lamb. Well, it's a ferocious looking shot. Appears to me to be a marked improvement in running between the wickets. Oh, that's a skyer. Could be caught, probably should be caught. Oh no, put down. 49 without loss. A run away from a 50 partnership for the first wicket between Emma Lamb and Liberty Heap.
And drives down the ground, and that's going to bring up a half-century partnership.
Kelly Castle coming into the attack.
Lamb looks to sweep, and she's gone. LBW, big blow. First wicket to fall. That's the first breakthrough for the Sunrisers. Emma Lamb out.
shot, out, and that is the end of Morris. She's gone for 7.
Oh, she's been bowled out for 46. Frustration for Liberty Heat. Fine effort with the bat. Dottin comes down the pitch. It's another monster hit for 6 for Deandra Dottin. Just need 2 more to win. Yeah, here she comes down the pitch. Heaved away into the onside. They're up and running. Their first victory of the season. They've beaten the Sunrisers here at Emirates Old Trafford.
Happy captain.
Happy captain. Girls, I just want to say I'm really proud of us. I think we talked about creating our own energy, and I thought that's the best I've seen us out there. I thought the bowlers were outstanding, and I think to turn around what we've done to that today, it's a great effort. And sitting in now, it feels good, doesn't it? So I think hang on to that, and we go again for the next game.
The defeat the other day, that we've got to stick together, and that's what you did. It was absolutely brilliant. I would have thought you'd won every game you played so far. So, fucking well done. You deserve this. You deserve it.
It means so much. It means so much. It means so much to me, the staff, and everyone in here. So, cheers to you all. Thanks. Let's have many, many more beers that taste like this. Well done.
I think still when people think of cricket in this country, they think of the men's game. We're still working to get the women's game up to that level in the public consciousness.
The men's game has too much cricket at the moment. We all know the schedule is congested and it impacts performance. The women's game is entirely different. The women's game is in a different phase and it's hungry. It needs as much cricket as possible.
Women have been put on small club grounds with not great facilities. We're obviously a long way off gender pay parity, and that has to be the ambition, that women's cricket can bring in enough revenue and stand on its own 2 feet that women can get paid what they're worth.
And I will always fight for the cricket girls. You know, I want them to be paid more. I think they should be paid more. You shouldn't have people having to live with friends just so they can try and save money for a house. I think they should be paid enough to be able to save money.
In terms of equal pay, the ambition is obvious. We want to end up there. Things like the 100 and domestic cricket, 100 is, both teams are doing exactly the same thing. They're playing a 100-ball match. The sponsors are massively interested in the women's game. We've got to close that gap.
We absolutely want to get to a position where salaries for male and female cricketers are equal. You know, we could put all of that investment in salaries. That might give you equal pay. But what that wouldn't make is equal pay a sustainable outcome from a system that you've built. It would just be something that you've chosen to prioritise at that moment in time.
Funding is always going to talk, money always talks, but if you have these investments from organisations, you know, such as Hilton, such as Sports Breaks, then it does mean that you can just do that bit more, and every 1%, 2%, 3% is going to help develop a side and give them that sort of confidence and the ability to go forth and be the best team they can be.
We are in catch-up mode, so I think it's unrealistic to say, right, we're going to equalise everything tomorrow just like that. There are things that need to be built in, and there's changes both in terms of, there are procedural things that we need to change as well around that. So it's investment, it's mindset, it's culture. But look, I think fundamentally the biggest thing within all of this is leadership. We need strong leaders in the game at every level, both at ECB and within our regions, within our first-class counties, within our national counties, that believe in presenting men and women, boys and girls, and with equal opportunities moving forwards.
We're possibly getting closer to it than we would have been a couple of years ago. I think it's a conversation that is in the public domain, certainly more than it ever was. A lot of stakeholders are going to have to really take a few brave decisions to get us where we need to get to.
When I wasn't at school or playing netball or doing any other activity, I was always down here playing. I'm Kate Cross and I'm a Thunder bowler.
Do you see yourself as a trailblazer?
No, yes, but no, it's not. You know, you don't sign up to. I wasn't playing cricket down here to be a trailblazer. I think naturally, just the way that my journey has been, it's had to be that way.
Kate Cross, England bowler, really smart and engaging, and a great follow on social media. And she has a podcast with Alex Hartley, which is essential listening for a cricket fan, I'd say.
Kate, opening bowler, definitely getting up there in the batting stakes. Real leader on the field and off the field, and has broken down a lot of boundaries.
She's got a very good impact on the players. They can see her professionalism, and that's probably the word I'd use a lot, is her professionalism.
She definitely has been a role model, I think, and future players have followed, and in the main, the vast majority have gone on to be international players.
Kate, it's Lancashire Thunder's first training session today. How excited are you to get started?
Oh, massively excited. I always get a real buzz when I come through the gates at Old Trafford, and I think it's making it very real now. It's really nice to be here, and I'm looking forward to get going now.
Kate and the whole Cross family are fundamental to Haywood Cricket Club. I'd actually finished playing for the first team when Kate made her debut, but was at the ground when she did it. And you know, I think the whole club is just proud of what Kate's done. She's a great role model for the club. You know, there's a lot more females and girls wanting to play cricket at Haywood and the surrounding clubs just because of Kate and what she's achieved.
I think Kate paints or embodies that vision of women's cricket, how it's moved on from those real amateur days of how you have to fight and earn your place in an academy and then in England. Her journey now would be easier, and that's the brilliant thing. And I think the legacy of someone like a Kate is that these changes come in. So nowadays they'd be coming into a county age group set up at Lancashire, set up into one of our emerging player programmes, and then into the academy, and then into the Thunder setup.
Kate was a 15-year-old girl bowling in the nets, and this coach said, Stanley, just come have a look at this girl. And I went there without any sort of preconceived ideas, went and looked at a ball over the balcony, and straight away I could tell that there was a player there of some real quality. She had this just late swing and delivered the ball in such a way that was really quite a powerful indication of her future potential. So I made up my mind there and then that she would be part of the academy, and I've had no regrets. My only regret is that I was just so blinkered.
Yeah, I mean, there was always comments. It was just such an easy thing for people to talk about. I wasn't put off by it, and I know that some girls could be and have been. And I think that's what is so brilliant about the stage that we're in at the minute with the women's game. I think the fact that there's now a real pathway for girls, a lot more women's cricket clubs as well, or cricket clubs that have women's teams as part of it. I think that's really powerful that girls know that there's a definitive pathway to make it to Lancashire or to Thunder, and which I was just playing cricket. I just wanted to play as much as possible, and the opportunities kind of fell at my feet without me really realising that it would be kind of life-changing.
So success for Thunder. So there'll be a great sense of relief, I'm sure, amongst the Thunder players. That will be a much happier dressing room now.
That first win, I just remember being so happy and relieved that we'd got that under our belts. People talk so much about how important momentum is in cricket, and I knew that this would be brilliant for us to then kick on and hopefully go further.
From where we'd come from, with confidence felt really low. You just didn't know where a win was going to come from.
I think it was belief more than anything. I think once you get that first win or you have that performance personally, that can change the whole dynamic of the group.
We want them to be as successful as they can be. We're on this journey with them because we want them to realise their full potential.
The whole development has been brilliant for us to watch from the sidelines and, you know, support as best we can.
That's the kind of game and performance and result that can just really turn things around.
Welcome along, looking forward to this. So here we go, Liberty Heap on strike.
That's in the air and she gets one.
And that is 50 for Emma Lamb.
Bang, have a bit of that, Deandra Dottin.
This should be a run out, and it is.
And caught.
Like in any sport, if you can find a way to win, it just improves everyone's mood. and all of a sudden, potentially, you see a little bit of confidence rise, you see a little bit of belief come back into the players.
The first wicket of the Thunder innings. The wicket was much needed now. They might get it here. It's gone high in the air, and it has been taken. It's 4 more to the total. Roll away for 4 runs, just bouncing up over the rope.
This is where we are in the hard world of professional elite sport. There are no hiding places. It does matter. This is very important to everybody at the club.
If they can get a good win here, they can go past the Vikings. 4 runs, perfect start for the Thunder. A ramp shot, that goes away for 4 runs. Strong contributions with the bat from the Thunder. What can they produce with the ball? Brilliant from Trout. Bowled off stump. Olivia Bell. Another crucial wicket for Thunder. Let's get back at it. What a catch that is from Tara Norris.
Something special could happen here because just a little bit of momentum, a few wins put together, and you're starting to think, you know what, maybe they could actually go on and reach finals day.
So here we go, we're at Blackpool Cricket Club. It's do or die in the Charlotte Edwards Cup for Thunder. Need a victory here against the Diamonds to reach finals day.
Keep it really, really simple. Enjoy the moments, enjoy the pressure. When the pressure gets hot on them or us, enjoy both teams going through it and learning the moment. Okay? Make smart decisions and keep it simple. Good luck.
Go well.
Let's have a quick word with Ellie.
Yeah, lost the toss and yeah, we're going to have a bowl.
Equation is simple, isn't it? You've got to win here, and ideally you've got to win well this afternoon.
I'm actually really proud of the girls, the way they've turned the comp around. I think losing the first 2 and then to be in this position today, like, and we've got a bit of momentum now, so hopefully that'll help us out today.
Must-win game, but every game's been a must-win game, okay? Nothing changes. These are the days where we do all that hard work in that indoor centre form, okay? Smile, enjoy it, relax, do the basics well, yeah? Start fast, give everything for 20 overs, right?
Thunder are going to bowl first, and here we go with a slip in place. If they win the match, they give themselves a chance of reaching Saturday's final. Strike rate of 122. Early breakthroughs for the Thunder could be important with that in mind. It's just glanced away off the pads out towards mid-wicket. Thompson waits, drives up towards mid-arm and caught. It's driven and caught. Second wicket in the over for Tara Norris. Mahika go up to bowl the 3rd over. Gets another wicket. Heath has gone. Morris strikes. Oh, it's a beauty from Bell. It's down towards long on. It is out. Datani takes the catch. Next batter out. And she's going for another big hit. Plenty of height, not much distance. Might be caught. Is.
Fantastic with the ball, Lancashire. Terrific work, wasn't it, Ellie? You must be absolutely delighted with that.
Yeah, I'm really pleased. I think the bowlers were outstanding. Kept the stumps in play for as long as possible, and yeah, got through their top order. And but yeah, half a job's done. We just got to do the second half even better now.
They're going to need a little bit of luck in this afternoon in making sure that they chase this down now.
There's a bonus point up for grabs.
Yeah,
we'll know that they'll have to win it inside the certain number of overs left, and if they can do that, then Saturday becomes a fantastic afternoon for them.
So here we go. So they've got 97 to get inside 16 overs. The ball's hit firmly away. Heat comes down the pitch, hammers the ball away. Could be caught. Is. Sophie Morris takes guard from the umpire. It's a good-looking shot. Driven, and it's been caught. Gone run behind square, and it's 4 runs. Dotting waits, Levick in, balls. Oh, the stumping chance, she's gone. She has been stumped. Threlkeld, the skipper. Levick balls. Threlkeld waiting. Levick in. Can't find a run here. Scores level, so just one more run now for Thunder. Run away behind square by Threlkeld. Thunder win the game. They do it inside 16 overs to get themselves that precious extra point as well. Job done for Thunder. Lovely, actually. But the Thunder skipper, Ellie Threlkeld, is there to hit the winning runs.
Everyone in. I need everyone in. Grab your attention for a minute or so. That's absolutely fantastic. What a performance that is here. They've got all their top players. We didn't have our England players, but that performance is absolutely outstanding. The power play, the job we did in the power play, brilliant. The way we fielded, the catches we took, but how we calmly went around the run chase and played as well as we did is fantastic. But before I finish and hand over to Ellie, I want us to remember how it felt when we lost those first 2 games. Because the character that you've shown, the environment that you've created, the sticking together from everybody, has enabled us to perform like that and come out like that. That's absolutely fantastic. But we must remember that, because those moments make us much, much stronger. The character, the determination and the fight, and then the quality has come out in the last 4 or 5 games. Absolutely outstanding. Brilliant stuff.
I think, girls, I'm fucking proud of us. I think if we'd have been sat here, if you said we'd been sat here a few weeks ago, no one would have believed it, would they? So I think, like Shawsey said, it's testament to the people in this room and sticking together. And look, we're going to the finals day, and I think now let's take what we've done today into that. There's so many positives to come out from today. I think the bowlers were outstanding. Meeks up top, Tara, brilliant. I think Liv and Soph to come in and play under a pressure game like that, and to execute your skills like that was fantastic, and it's brilliant to see. And then I think sometimes when you're chasing a low total, it's easy to go out there and just try and knock it around. I think the way we approached that batting innings is exactly what we want. I thought Dats, Fee in particular, you're outstanding today. And yeah, let's keep doing what we're doing, and we'll come home with the trophy.
A real highlight, I think, for both myself, all the staff, all the players. Fee Morris as a signing, how she's developed and then excelled in these games. Olivia Bell come through the academy and just taken straight into the system and performing admirably well. But it was just looking at the squad of like, we can do it. So I think it was really good thinking, right, this is your reward now. You've worked hard all winter, you've performed in these games, you've got finals day to look forward to.
I remember talking to people on social media, talking to my friends who are also Thunder fans. Everybody was buzzing about that.
I think it just goes to show that, you know, when people really put their mind to investing in something, then you really can make environments shift. And I actually think Thunder have really paved the way with how professionalism looks in the UK for women's cricket.
It's absolutely, it's a legitimate career path, and that wasn't the case even a few years ago.
I have a daughter, she's 5, she's just started playing All-Stars. The fact that I know that she has the same opportunity as the little boys that she's playing with one day is hugely important. I'm very proud and privileged to have the chance to change the future for women and inspire a generation of girls.
The reason for us supporting the women is because we felt compelled to, and we want to make sure that the women have the same opportunities as the men.
Young girls now understand that cricket is a game that can provide them with a proper career. We're talking hundreds of girls, more than 100 girls right now, but hundreds in the future in the country at any one time can earn a living from professional cricket just as they can in the men's game.
Started playing when I was about 5 or 6, Stockport Georgians, and so just went down one Friday, just gave it a go, and like I thought it was great, I loved it, and sort of ever since I've played there like club cricket, so when I was about 5, and that's how it went point for me. When I was 12 or 13, I joined the Cheshire setup. That pathway had sort of merged with Lancashire and became the North West Thunder. That was very good, like very beneficial to me. I think, you know, there's pictures of me from 5-6 years ago with like a Lauren Winfield Hill or like a Kate Cross at a game, and I would have been like, you know, these are the best in the game, like these are the players that we all aspire to be. And I think how actually in the last couple of years, like, it's so much more doable. Definitely watching those players like growing up and stuff, like it almost felt a little bit like they were the trailblazers. Like, it's great, like now it's absolutely great. To be where I am now is something I would never expected, and it's only something that seemed doable since joining Lancs. I think that's been, you know, credit to them for a lot of it. So, name Olivia Bell, and my role is a spinner.
Liv, feisty character, off-spin bowler, right-handed batter, really gets stuck in the field and has progressed the cricket unbelievably in the last 12 to 18 months.
Liv Bell's been fantastic, real breath of fresh air. You never quite expect a teenager to come in their debut season and have the impact she did.
Through Liv Bell, what an absolute superstar she's been. For her to come in and step up as such a youngster, you know, just shows the depth and strength that we have in our squad.
For me, I don't think the career element came until about 18 or 19, so only about a year or two ago. I definitely feel lucky. I think for me, like, the career path has been simply easier than an Ellie or a Kate in terms of having that much cricket on with that high standard and backing behind us. I think that's something they didn't get. It's clear that we have very good support here, the best in the circuit potentially, and I think that's something that can never be taken away from Hilton and from Lancs, and the way that they've supported us has been beyond what any other region is capable of. I'd hope people can see what I've done and see the support that I've had, and I think if anything it's just shown that there is a path, like there is a career. You can go from playing under 13s minor county to be a professional cricketer in less than 7-8 years. For me, there's nothing better than being able to show that that's possible and have as many girls try and follow and do the same thing and hopefully, you know, overtake me and do better. Firstly, I think the belief that we can get there now will be there, and I think that's something we've never had before. Now that tournament and that trophy's there for the taking, and anyone can go and win it, and I think we've got to use sort of that disappointment in that finals day to fuel our training for the winter and to fuel our motivation to go and do one better next year.
I think the 2023 season was just a huge part of what this journey is for Thunder, and the belief in the group now to know that Thunder could be the team next year.
There is a broader network involved in this. There's a support group that surrounds the players. There's people at the club, there's the sponsors, there's the players. So that would have been a very special day to have got to New Road, to have played in that finals day would have been great, and fingers crossed more.
We've supported the team for a long time. The fact that they get into finals day, semi-final, big showcase matches is fantastic for us to see.
You know, the first time you're in a final, I think they'll always remember that. They'll remember that feeling. And that feeling is something that you can kind of take with you and put it into future appearances, future campaigns as well.
Girls are going to be confident next year going into the Charlotte Edwards Cup.
What an experience like that does is it starts to build your inner belief system. The fact that the team have now got to a playoff and know that they're capable of doing that, that should
give them a lot more confidence going into this next season.
We couldn't be proud. I mean, it was an incredible achievement for them to make finals day and to be part of that journey and to have played some role in that. We were extremely proud to see that happen.
We are this year, 2024, at an inflection point where things are going to change, things are being handed back to the counties, and therefore more is going to be asked of them. But every county should sit up and realise that there's an opportunity there and one to grasp.
It's so exciting where the women's game is. People are excited by cricket, not just men's cricket, women's cricket. It's that as a whole. There are so many exciting landmark things coming in the future for the women's game that it's a very exciting time to be involved in it.
It's been great to see so many young players who've come through the academy system in the first team this summer. You look at your Mahika Gores, who made their debut in April, and just a few months later making a debut for England against Sri Lanka.
Seen what great strides have been made already in, and I still say, a pretty short period of time to where we are now from where we were just a few years ago is a huge improvement.
Genuinely, I think for women's cricket, the sky is the limit. We have seen a lot of progress in terms of women's sport, and I think, absolutely cricket can get there. We've got some way to go, but we're making significant steps.
Particularly in cricket, it just seems to have evolved so quickly. It's quite tangible, you can feel it. There's a hell of a lot of momentum behind women's sport.
It will be fascinating when we put out broadcast rights to the market, just to see kind of where we're at and how much they're worth. And I think we'll probably be surprised at worth more than we think.
I think where we are now, I think the landscape has shifted. I am impatient and I want to move as quickly as possible, as I'm sure the whole game does, but it's just making sure that we've got the right strategy at the right time, that we're up and running, and now's the time to fly.
I think the key thing for me is that the ECB take the Charlotte Edwards Cup seriously commercially for the first time and get behind it, get a broadcast partner, get a standalone domestic partner, and then challenge the clubs to go out and drive significant commercial sponsorship.
Across sponsorship, across media, what we're navigating towards is a world where we've created sort of sufficient value in women's cricket for it to be self-sustaining.
I think the next 5 years is going to be a defining moment in the future of women's cricket. The direction that we're moving in is fast, it's positive. If anything, we all need to be a little bit more restless, actually, because this is a massive opportunity. The time is now, but it means that we need to put our foot down.
The squad are really excited with Chris Reed's appointment. High quality individual, high quality ex-international player, and I think he'll bring something different. He's got to move this team from being everybody loves Thunder to this team has a hard edge and can win. The expectation on Chris is we want trophies. We're taking Thunder out on pre-season tour to India and Dubai, which will be the third time we've taken our women out on pre-season tour with our men, and with additional on top Hilton funding for 2024. We are the only squad that has 15 full-time pros. That gives us a full winter with a full professional squad, and we're really excited about what's to come.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Blackpool Cricket Club. You may have seen earlier we had a slight delay to play here, and play will be getting underway at 3:30 instead of 2:30. In the meantime, we've been down to the arcades and we found ourselves Nigel, who is the newest addition of the commentary team here in Blackpool. It's Lancashire versus Somerset in the Vitality Blast, the last round of fixtures in this competition. And although neither team can qualify for finals day, it's still exciting. There's still stuff to play for, a lot of pride to play for, and Lancashire will be keen to continue their winning ways.
They will indeed. Liv, our director, clearly been busy during the brief interlude before the start of play today, and has gone won Nigel the Seagull on the arcades. But as you say, there is a lot to play for. Lancashire's second in the One Day Cup competition, so they will be looking to get some form together for going into that competition, going back into that competition and looking to try and get to the knockout stages of that one, having missed out on the knockout stages of the T20 competition. Obviously, games going on across the country as well today. So we will be having the toss shortly, and we'll hopefully be grabbing a word with the skippers as well. But yeah, as I say, there's still a lot to play for, even though not a lot to play for in the blast, so to speak, with the finals day having already been decided.
Finals day happening 27th of July at the Oval. A bit of a stressful morning and early afternoon for Lancashire. We can see Ellie Threlkel, the skipper, shortly coming in behind to do the toss. She was one of the players stuck on the motorway. How do you think that will affect the game today? You know, we saw Sophie Morris just arriving, but no, most of the players had warmed up by then.
Look, it's not ideal for the overseas and the captain to be stuck in a car together on the M6 waiting for a traffic jam to clear, which is the situation we've been in. Big lorry fire there, and that has meant that, as I say, we've had a delayed start to this game. We're going to have 17 overs aside today, Polly. We're going to have power plays of 5.1 overs. Only 2 bowlers will be allowed to bowl their allotted 4, and then the other 3 bowlers will be allowed 3 overs maximum each. So a slight change to what we used to here. It will have affected the players. It's never nice to be. It's almost like having a bad dream, I think, for some of them to be sat in that car. But they're here. The sun's out. Blackpool's looking splendid as always. So hopefully we're going to have a good game of 17 over a side cricket rather than the T20 we're used to.
As you say, a bit of a nightmare situation, but the players are all here now, and as we say, play is going to be getting underway at 3:30. The toss happening behind us shortly. Who are some of the players that we should be looking out for today? As we say, can't get through to finals day, but still plenty to play for.
Well, Alana King, 15 wickets in the competition now from her 10 appearances in it. As I say, she was one of the ones who was badly delayed by the traffic, but she's on the ground, and we know what Alana King's like. She'll be ready to go. Sophie Morris, of course, she's been bowling well in this competition. She'll be looking to make the most of any spinning conditions as well, as will Fee Morris. Good to see her back in the side. She was with us on commentary at Emirates Old Trafford earlier this season, so it'll be good to see her back on a cricket pitch as well. And Eve Jones has even had her injury trouble. She's back at the top of the order as well. So it'll be interesting to see if they do go with full strength team here, Lancashire, because they may be tempted to bring 1 or 2 in and just to see what they're like ahead of going back to that 50 over cricket. But it's exciting to see all those players available once again.
And in terms of Somerset, they've got Amanda Jade Wellington as their overseas, who's been outstanding with bat and ball. Obviously, the leg spinner from Australia, who's been so good with the ball, but she's been effective with the bat, getting a couple of runs for Somerset as well. How important do you think she'll be today?
Yeah, she seemed in good spirits. She seemed quite interested in Nigel the Seagull. She said she was trying to win one herself last night on the claw at Blackpool Cricket Club. So, yeah, Amanda Jade Wellington's always solid overseas. I mean, Somerset, they've had a sort of fairly indifferent season, and they'll be looking to get back on track really today because, as I say, it's been tough for them, and particularly tough in this competition. They found themselves at the bottom end of the table, so they will be looking to improve what they can. So, yeah, we'll see how they go as well.
Yeah, it's been a difficult time for Somerset. They've only found 1 win in the competition so far, and they also struggled in the 50 over before that. So, it's not been easy by any means. But, yeah, a bit of momentum at the end, and we said Lancs will want that momentum as well going back into the one-day stuff with, that starting next week. So, as we say, a beautiful day in Blackpool for cricket, and, the sun is shining, which we were slightly worried there was going to be a bit of rain. So, as we say, a slight delay and 17 overs per side, but still lots of exciting cricket on offer.
Life can be extraordinary, unforgettable, amazing. Life is about the joy of being together. It's sharing every moment, indulging your passions, and making memories that stay with you forever. Life is live. The thrill of the game, the buzz of a network, the enrichment and fascination of a cultural soiree. And we feel every sensation because we're right there with you. Always on, always fully engaged to help provide that extra spark, heighten emotions, and make every occasion simply unforgettable. Because the best live events don't just happen to us, they become a part of us, forever associating your brand with life itself. Live can be extraordinary, and we're ready to help you make the most of every inspired, delicious moment. Welcome to Sodexo Live.
Alongside me now is Amanda Jade Wellington, and we also have Nigel with us. You were very keen to get a hold of Nigel and in fact take him away, which I don't think everyone was too happy about.
Yeah, I spent probably way more money trying to win him last night at the claw machine, and luckily there's one here that I can hopefully fly away with.
Yeah, we'll see what happens with that. Maybe cricketer privileges, you can sneak him away. Take a little souvenir back from England. But how's your time been with Somerset? Obviously it's been a difficult campaign for the team, but you individually, you've bowled really well, you've batted well as well.
Yeah, I've been loving it. I think coming back to England every year, it's something I really enjoy, and coming out here and playing in conditions like this, and also coming to grounds like this is really pretty. So really excited to play out here and give the local crowd a show, I guess.
Obviously, slight delay to play here, but you've been enjoying this. And I saw a little bit of football going on. Did the team take any inspiration from the Lionesses last night?
I think a few girls were watching the soccer, the football. But no, I think today's a brand new day, and stuff like this happens all the time, whether it'll be around rain or conditions. So you just got to deal with it and crack on. So hopefully, today, we can go out there and put on a show for the local crowd.
Brilliant, thanks so much. We'll be heading over to commentary starting at 3:30.
As if by magic, we join you from the commentary position here at Blackpool Cricket Club, ready to get underway in this 17 over a side competition, as we were saying. We've lost 3 overs each for the slight delay. Let's run you through the teams to start with. There's a change to each of them from their previous lineup. So the hosts, Lancashire, they go with Eve Jones, Seren Smale, Tilika Stephen, Ailsa Lister, Ellie Threlkeld, Fee Morris, Alana King, Tara Norris, 72 Darcy Carter, Mahika Gore. The one change then is Grace Potts, who comes in for Sophie Morris. So that is the Lancashire lineup today. As for Somerset, they make one change as well to their lineup. Molly Robbins is going to come in for Erin Vakusic, and there will be the other 10 players: Bex Odgers, Neve Holland, Fran Wilson, Ruby Davis, Sophie Love, Alex Griffiths, Amanda Jade Wellington, who you were hearing from there at the toss, Chloe Skelton, Ellie Anderson and Olivia Barnes. And as for news from the toss, Lancashire have won it and they've chosen to field. What do you make of that, Polly Starkey?
I think it's a good decision by Lancashire. Obviously, it's been a bit of a stressful morning for them, but coming out and fielding as a team, and hopefully I'm sure they'll be keen to restrict Somerset, and Somerset haven't been able to get big totals in this tournament, so you'd imagine they'll be able to do that with their bowling attack and then come out and get the game wrapped up, potentially on what would have been on time before.
Yeah, as I say, we lost the first half an hour and we were aiming for a 3 o'clock start. It's ended up being a 3:30, hence the loss of the 6 overs. 5.1 over power play in this match, so it will be 4 overs for 2 of the bowlers and then a maximum of 3 for 3 of the other bowlers. Obviously, they could use more than 5, of course. That would be the other option. So we are ready to get underway is the positive thing here. And I think you're right there, Polly. Getting all 11 players on the pitch here is probably not a bad idea for Lancashire, because it just gives them a little bit of chance to settle in, and it's not relying on 2 who may well have been stuck in traffic and arriving slightly later than they would have wanted to be starting. So Tara Norris just making her way through her run there. Just gives the ground a little rub here. We're sat from the end that Norris is bowling from here at the south end of Blackpool Cricket Club. Lovely view. We just see the tower in the park away to our left. That's ticking up past 3:30 and we're ready to get underway. First ball is speared into the pads and it will be a leg bye to the opening batter Odgers, and Somerset are underway. 1 without loss, an extra to the total.
A beautiful day in Blackpool, and it's rare that you have a delayed start when the sun is shining this beautifully. And as you will have seen, we've got a little mascot with us. We've got the seagull Nigel.
In comes Norris, bowls. It's down the leg side. That'll be a wide ball. 1 more to the total, 2 without loss, both of them extras so far. So Somerset will be quite happy to take those 2 extras. Yeah, no, Liv was busy, our director, on the arcades there, winning him in the claw. And by the sound of things, Amanda Jade Wellington had a go last night when Somerset were here. So
yeah, she didn't sound too happy that she didn't win anything.
In comes Norris, bowls, and this one's a leading edge up in the air, and no Lancashire fielder's going to be able to get to it. It lands right in the middle of all of them, and they've even scampered through for a single there. So Holland is off the mark in quite unusual fashion there, trying to turn the ball to the leg side with the in-swing of Norris, and ends up getting a leading edge. It loops in the air, and well, she couldn't have placed it more perfectly if she tried there, Polly Starkey.
Just in between probably about 4 fielders, or maybe even 5.
Thanks for joining us on Lancs TV. Always good to have you with us. And this is going to be the first boundary of the day. Will it be 6? Oh, Fee Morris has managed to keep it in the ropes. Fantastic bit of fielding out on the rope. The ball was heading over it for 6 runs, but the umpire has confirmed that Morris didn't quite keep her feet inside the rope while she had contact with the ball. So that will be the first boundary. It's 6 runs to the Somerset total, 9 without loss. Morris, though, nearly doing fantastically well to grab that ball and throw it back into play, but she just stepped the wrong side of the rope. So an eventful start here for Somerset, 9 without loss. Odgers with the 6, and she gets her edge now that's gone straight to gully. And whether that was a symptom of the start to the day that Lancashire have had with all this traffic.
You back every player in this side to take. Could be an important one. Odgers on 6.
She started very, very well indeed, has Odgers, as she clips this one into the leg side. No run off the last ball, no run off this, as Alana King, busy at mid-wicket, has a shy at the stumps, but can't hit them or affect a run out, so no run again there. 9 without loss it remains. An eventful start here, Polly Starkey.
There's been a lot going on this afternoon. That's 6 just added to it.
Norris bowls. This is uppish again, and this time it is caught. It's a leaping catch away at cover from another leading edge. And the high fives as Darcy Carter picks that one out of the sky as it was sailing towards her, just over her right shoulder. And that's a really good catch in the end. And I think Tilika Stephen will be breathing a sigh of relief, because that was well caught in the end at cover.
I think those celebrations were definitely shouts of relief, because it's the best feeling when you manage to get someone who you've dropped in the previous over or previous ball. It's a pretty good feeling. And that will be the end of Odgers, who looks so dangerous early on.
Well, the 6 was quite something, even if Fee Morris did eventually get her hands to it on the square leg boundary. Looked to go again, but just couldn't quite escape the ring. It's a positive intent from Somerset, but it hasn't produced the start they wanted. And we said it was an eventful first over even before that wicket, but a very eventful first over indeed. Leaves the score 9 for 1 after it. Reminder, it's a 5.1 over power play here, and Mahika Gore looks as if she's going to be taking up the bowling from the south end of Blackpool Cricket Club.
Bowling from the south end, number 18, Mahika Gore.
Niamh Holland on strike.
Here comes Gore again then to bowl left arm over the wicket, and it's fiddled away to mid-wicket, and there is no run on offer, so 9 for 1 it remains, as it was at the end of the first over. Norris examines the ball, which he used to great effect to get that first wicket there. And if that first over is anything to go by, we're in for quite a helter-skelter game of cricket here, it would seem. Mind, neither of these teams can qualify, but Lancashire handily placed in the one-day cup, so they'll be looking to get a bit of momentum going for that. That was pushed out to short cover, easily preventing the run there is Ailsa Lister.
Yeah, it's obviously a dead rubber, as you'd call it, but I think for Lancs especially, they went on and won the T20 Knockout Cup, and they did so well in that competition and came as close to finals date, so we'll be playing for a bit of pride and wanting to finish as high as possible in the table.
Gore bowls. This one's flashed away, up and over cover and away for 4 runs. Pretty similar to what Odgers was aiming for in the previous over, but Holland found the gap and it goes away for 4 runs. Holland on to 5. It was an uppish stroke, but it was well placed, and it's brought a change in the Lancashire field. They're going to add 1 to the offside ring. A cover, extra cover and backward point now in place. Slip taken out as a result. Here comes Gore again, striding in, delivers a ball full of length, and it's driven straight back to Gore, who gathers easily, no run on offer. The other fielder other fielders we didn't mention on the offside, short third and mid off. Then you've got mid on, mid wicket, and then a forward square leg on the boundary, as well as a long leg for this Mahika Gore over, as she delivers another one back in towards the stumps of Holland, and she had to be on her guard there to making sure it didn't clatter into leg stump. Another dot ball.
Got Ruby Davis at the non-strikers end for Somerset on a short-term loan from Worcestershire, but came through the Devon pathway, so will be familiar with kind of Somerset neck of the woods.
Gore striding in again. Delivers left arm over the wicket again, threatening to come back towards the stumps, and Holland again forced into a defensive stroke. A more orderly over that one. The boundary from it, the main event. 13 for 1, the score at the end of the second. Reminder, we're in a power play where only 2 fielders are allowed outside the fielding circle.
So a good start from Somerset, who haven't really proved themselves as a batting side in this competition.
Certainly all the skills that will be used for this, well, as I say now, 17 over a side game, originally a 20 over game, will be useful going into that 50 over competition, because obviously that's kind of what you're looking to set up, really, isn't it, in this modern age, is a kind of 20 overs at the end of that innings where you can go really hard and really add to your total in the way you would in a T20 game. So there'll be plenty that can be taken from this into those one-day cup games that will of course be bringing you on Lancs TV with Mike Perkins and Polly Starkey, and coming into bowl from the north end of Blackpool Cricket Club is Grace Potts. Right arm over the wicket, back into the side today, just strays down leg to begin with, so another extra to the total, 14 for 1.
Yeah, the one-day cup resuming very briefly before going into the 100.
Plenty of League 2 or Tier 2 blast games going on as well, as this one is bowled in a fairly orthodox area, good length round about the stumps, and across the wickets went Davis, looking to ramp from her second ball, didn't make any contact. No wide added to the total though, because the batter was the one who'd moved there, although slightly generous. So Derbyshire 119 for 5 against Northamptonshire. Yorkshire 128 for 5. They're playing Leicestershire. And Glamorgan 120 for 5. All those coming towards the end of the innings as that one takes the new batter on the body there, Davis, as she tried to advance and flick it away. Another dot ball.
Tier 2 is exciting, and finals day is nice because you've got this North group and South group. So the North plays South in the semi-finals. You've got Glamorgan and Middlesex who have qualified from the South group, and then Yorkshire and potentially Leicestershire look likely to take that final spot. Northamptonshire also close behind, so finals day on the 26th of July for Tier 2.
Potts bowls, this one's hit high over the top of the ring. It's going to be chased back by Eve Jones right down to the long on boundary, picks up left-handed well inside the rope in the end. A couple of runs added to the total. Adventurous shot from Davis, gets her off the mark. 16 for 1 the score now.
Davis, who's been part of Worcestershire's Tier 2 campaign, scored 69 against Derbyshire. Worcestershire has struggled in that competition actually, but she's come to Somerset and a great opportunity to play Tier 1 cricket.
Here goes Potts again then. Short ball this time that was flayed at really in the end by Davis, doesn't make contact. And Threlkeld gathers behind the stumps. Essex v Durham, Hampshire versus the Blaze, and Surrey versus Bears are the other games taking place today, but they start at 6, or the last two there starting at 6:30 this evening. So those are the other games in Tier 1. As I say, Tier 1 all decided in terms of qualifiers for finals day. As Potts bowls and Threlkeld's come up to the stumps, knocks the bails off, has a quick question to the umpire, who very quickly shakes the head because the back foot of Davis hadn't moved. But Davis is using her crease a fair bit. It's fair to say here, I think, Polly Starkey.
Yeah, it's interesting to see. She's 20 years old and hasn't got bags of experience, but she's looking like she's doing the right things early on.
So we'll hear more from Polly Starkey shortly, as Grace Potts just wants a little slight change of extra cover. I think she's after here, just trying to move the fielder slightly straighter. This one's lifted down towards long leg. It takes an awkward bounce, which is going to allow the Somerset batters to scamper back for 2 more. Added to Davis's total, 18 for 1. The score moves on to, and Somerset will be fairly happy with their start, despite the loss of the 1 wicket. If you're just joining us, Odgers hitting a 6, but then out caught at cover. And that's the 1 wicket to fall so far in this game here at Blackpool Cricket Club that we'll be bringing you every ball of on Lancs TV. Mike Perkins and Polly Starkey, your commentary team for this one. As waiting again is Holland for Gore to bowl to her, and that's really nicely hit into the offside, but a great stop by Ailsa Lister, who was been busy in the covers already. Gets a good hand on that one to stop it going away for 4. Just a single to the total in the end. As the board moves on to 19 for 1. Brings Ruby Davis back onto strike. Bex Odgers the player out, caught by Carter off the bowling of Norris for 6. As Gore bowls, there's a big drive and it's got through everyone. And it'll go away down towards the boundary, just hauled in inside by Tilika Stephen. There's a quick second, a dive for the crease was required as well by Davis. And that's given us byes, which is unusual and shows perhaps a little bit that the bounce is on the low side here, because didn't get through to Threlkeld, and I think she's of that opinion too, and she's going to put the helmet on and stand up. So Threlkeld, the captain, one of the worst affected by the traffic today, and had the overseas in the car with her, Alana King. So it was quite the it's been quite the adventure for Lancashire to get to this game here in Blackpool today, but they've managed it. Somerset, as the away side, probably having the easier trip, having come down the night before. In fact, Threlkeld decides not to stand up. Yeah. Definitely thought about it though, as in comes Mahika Gore to deliver a ball that's driven back to the tall fast bowler. Picks up one hand. A dot ball is the result. Good number here in the sunshine in Blackpool Cricket Club, sitting on the banked sides, as well as on that lovely sun terrace away to the right of where we're commentating from at the north end. Here comes Mahika Gore. Elbows out as she approaches and delivers short of length. It's just guided, I think, here, round past Threlkeld, because Stephen comes round again and returns the ball to her wicketkeeper and captain. Another useful run to the total, 22 for 1. Just dabbed away in the end by Davis. Holland back onto strike. He was fierce on the drive earlier in this over. Short ball delivered by Gore. Holland just trying to back away and create a bit of room. Didn't do so. Was cramped really as much as anything. The score remains where it was, 22 for 1. Just a light breeze ruffling the green of the trees in the distance. Couple of marks of white on the blue sky, but sunshine the dominant feature here is Mahika Gore. Bowl short. Holland slaps it down towards square leg and takes a single to the fielder on the boundary. So another one to the total. 23 for 1 the Somerset score after 4. Might have one more full over this power play, and then a single ball in the 6th over will be the order of the day for this one. Plenty of discussion between Threlkeld and Norris, who had the opening overs, back into the attack for this, the 5th one. So lots of left arm seam being used early on by Lancashire. Good to have you with us on Lancs TV. As I say, lots still to play for in this season for Lancashire, even though they are not going to make finals day in this competition women's blast as it's lifted in the air just over Alana King at mid-wicket. There's going to be one. There was a thought of a possible two, but Somerset decide against it, and that'll bring Davis onto strike. One more onto the total of Holland. 24 for 1. Holland has 8 of those runs scored so far. Surrey, the Blaze and the Bears then the qualifiers from this group. Lancashire have found themselves 7 off the pace going into this final game with a maximum of 5 available. Worked off the hip away for a couple of runs, more off the knee actually, didn't quite get up. The bounce has been on the low side so far in this game. And Davis adds another couple to her total. 26 for 1. 7 to Davis, 8 for Holland, making sedate progress, I think it's fair to say, in this power play, Polly Starkey.
Yeah, it's gentle, but they've got time to put on a few more runs against this Lancashire attack.
Norris beats the outside edge, Threlkeld up to the stumps, takes cleanly, draws applause from those away to our right.
Yeah, you've got two quite different players at the crease. Niamh Holland has in previous years been quite attacking. She hasn't played tons of cricket this season for Somerset, and then you've got Davis, who's on loan, slightly less experienced.
Looks to work leg side, seemed to be mainly pad. There was an inquiry in the direction of the umpire, but it was not a particularly confident one. Another leg by to the total. 27 for 1. So yeah, 36 would have been the mark of the Bears that Lancashire would have been chasing, but they were just off the pace with 29 points at the moment. Here comes Norris. Still looking to finish in style though, as this one's delivered and defended by Holland, just standing tall on that ball in the end.
There was a point about 2 weeks ago where Lancashire started this amazing run of wins, and it looked like potentially they could overtake the Bears, because Hampshire were the team that were in 4th and were pushing for that 3rd place. But Lancashire came pretty close, and there was a bit of jeopardy with no results happening due to weather, and there was even a tie that Surrey were involved with against Essex, which made things all quite exciting.
Yeah, Lancashire beating Hampshire after the resumption, the second game after the resumption, really sort of put them in a good position, as that one takes Holland on the pads. It's been a little bit of a theme of her innings so far. 27 for 1. We've had 5 overs. Polly Starkey will take you through the next 5 overs of this innings. And we have 1 ball power play remaining, which is always a nice quirk when we play these reduced games. 17 overs aside today.
Yeah, slightly different today due to an hour-long delay with some of the Lancashire players being stuck on the motorway with a major incident happening. So all a bit chaotic in the Lancashire camp this morning, but they've started well with the ball, recovering. And from the south end, Mahika Gore Threlkeld as well to stop the ball there. Shies at the stumps at the bowler's end. Davis is back safely. Applause from her Lancashire teammates though. Threlkeld, one of the last players to arrive as well. Not ideal when you've got your captain and your overseas star, the second to last players to arrive.
But they've made it, which is the main thing, and we've got a game of cricket going on, so we've got to where we want to be. Perhaps not the route we intended, but
yeah, they've handled it very well. Fortunately, it's not a high stakes game in terms of, whoever wins goes through to final stay or anything like that. As Gore's in again, big swipe, dot ball for Gore, because that would have proved, I think, a lot more stressful, but still not ideal. The final round of blast fixtures, and the power play comes to an end after 5.1 overs due to this delay. So a wide from Gore. Holland just awaited that one and kind of stood back and decided not to have a go at it.
I
don't think it was quite what she intended there.
No.
She was looking for the slower ball and came out all wrong, that one.
I mean, that's the risk when you bowl a slower ball. If it works, it can really pay off. Otherwise, it's a bit of an awkward one.
Yeah, they can leave you looking a little silly, can't they, at times?
28 for 1. Gore in again, and that's bowled up. Neve Holland has to depart for 8 from 14. It's been a slow innings from Holland. Not what Somerset would have wanted by any means, but that's the pressure that Gore's built.
That's more like it. Straight, quick, and at the stumps, and it's done the job. It was fairly torturous in the end for Holland. Just couldn't get going there. Was trying to launch the ball over. As you say, she faced 14 balls before that at 15th there, and was just looking for a way to get the innings going and couldn't find it in the end.
Yeah, she had to go for those sort of shots and take the game on a little bit more with the position Somerset had found themselves in. Fran Wilson comes to the crease, who, if there's anyone you want in this situation, it's someone like Fran Wilson. So experienced.
64 internationals, 1 test match, 33 ODIs and 33 T20 matches. So she will have batted in most situations and at that international level as well. So she'll know how to approach things, but left a little bit of bother here because it has been a slow start in the end from Somerset.
From Wilson with 41 against Essex and 55 for Hampshire, but of course 17 overs, so not a huge amount of overs to get to a bigger total, which Somerset already have struggled with. Gore again, it's just flicked into the leg side for no run. $29 for 2.
And actually, had it not been for the extras, then Somerset really would be struggling here. It's only those leg byes and the odd wide that's kept them up more or less where they want to be.
Gore from the south end. Wilson comes down the track, and that's a spectacular catch. That is brilliant from Eve Jones. Just leans back and takes the catch just outside the ring. That's a great bit of fielding to dismiss a player who looked like she already wanted to play some impressive shots, but not high enough in the air. And Eve Jones, brilliant fielding.
Yeah, she's leapt very high indeed to get that one. Tumbled back and held on to it, and then just sort of thrown it away nonchalantly in the end. That's a naught for Fran Wilson, so
2 in the over for Gore. An important over it's proving.
And Somerset, who were very patient, it has to be said, to wait in circumstances they probably wouldn't have liked to have, find themselves 29 for 2 and or 29 for 3 rather, in a bit of bother here.
Definitely been, I mean, there's worse places to be stuck waiting for a game to start, and with the sun shining. But yeah, they would have been keen to get underway. A lot of football was played. I saw a bit of tennis as well. There was some gymnastics going on from the Somerset camp, so they were keeping themselves busy. But yeah, a delayed start is never ideal. Sophie Luff, the captain, coming to the middle with a big job on her hands. It's a long journey back to Somerset if you are going to lose.
They seem in good spirits though, which is good, because there's something of a rebuilding job, it feels, that's needed at Somerset at the moment.
Gore, 2 wickets in the over, and she'll finish with a dot ball. So other than a leg by and a wide, that's been a very, very tidy over from Gore. 2 wickets, 2 dots, and importantly the wicket of Fran Wilson, which I think was definitely the important one in this situation.
But yeah, it just feels, I mean, both in this game but also in general really with Somerset, they do sort of need to maybe have a little bit of a rethink about how they're going to go about things, because they've struggled in both competitions this year, and it's been a very, very difficult
A very difficult start to the county era for them.
Alana King's going to be bowling for Lancashire. Yeah, the thing with Somerset, I think in terms of recruitment, it wasn't perhaps as flashy as other counties, and you know, they brought in Charlie Dean, but of course she's with England a lot of the time. They brought in Laura Jackson, who hasn't really been playing in the T20 comp at all. King in. Starts with a dot ball, which is precisely what you expect from the Australian leg spinner.
Probably not what you want to see when you need to get back up with the pace in the game, is Alana King coming
in. King, number 27 on a shirt from the north end. Sent round the corner. There'll be one run. They're going to push for 2. It's heading towards the boundary, and that goes for 4 in the end.
Nicely glided, wasn't it?
Yeah, really delicate shot in the end, but enough to take it to the boundary. It's Australian leg spinner versus Australian leg spinner today, with Amanda Jade Wellington as Somerset's overseas.
Yeah, she's been looking for that throughout the innings, hasn't she, Davis, and finally glides that one away well.
Once again, just worked off the hip. Scramble 3 for 1. Moves the score to 34 for 3.
Good from Sophie Luff that. Was alert as soon as the ball went behind square on the leg side that there would be a single on offer, and ran through for it. Just rotates the strike and gives herself an opportunity to face up to Alana King, which I think Sophie Luff will enjoy. She's a good batter who enjoys a challenge.
King in as a slight appeal. Luff stands back, and yeah, that batter will be interesting. You've got one of the best domestic players against a top quality international start. Lots of flight on that. We'll just get the 1 run, but good running from Somerset. Really fast between the wickets.
Lank's interesting with just the 3 back at the moment, 2 on the leg side, 1 on the off. They are going to send a long off out now. And for that last delivery, they were up trying to keep the pressure on.
King in, chipped in the air, and the catch is taken. Again, another brilliant bit of fielding. Really nice from Elsa Lister to take the catch. First wicket for Alana King, and that means that Ruby Davis has to head back. She's done well to stay in, played a couple of good shots, but didn't quite get firing in the way she would have wanted. And as I mentioned, leg spinners, we've got Amanda Jade Wellington coming to the crease, very much coming up the order ahead of Alex Griffiths today. And she has quite a big shift to put in here.
Well, after the one early blip for Lancashire with the drop, everything else has stuck. The fielding's been absolutely fantastic so far. And Davis, the top scorer with those 12. He's caught by Elsa Lister off the bowling of Alana King. We've seen Odgers out caught Carter off the bowling of Norris. Gore bowling Neve Holland for 8. And Wilson out for 0, caught by Eve Jones, again off the bowling of Mahika Gore. So those are the wickets that have fallen. And it puts Lancashire in a very, very good position.
It's always slightly worrying when you have the drop catches, like at the start. You think, oh, is this going to be contagious? Are we going to see this all game? And that becomes so frustrating for a fielding side. But Lancashire have turned that around, and 2 really good catches in the end. Gore back from the south end. Sophie Luff plays straight bat.
In fact, it was the easiest one of the lot, was the one that didn't stick.
Yeah.
The others have all been really tough chances and have all just been gobbled up.
Yeah, the previous one to dismiss Davis really low, and a good diving take by Lister. .35 for 4. 7 overs in. That's going to race away down to the boundary. Really good stop there. with Tilly Stephen racing round on the boundary.
So yeah, it'll be the one-day cup that Lancashire will have their eyes on. They're 26 points, in fact, in that. 1 point behind Hampshire in top position. All sides have played 8 games. There's a couple just before we go into the 100, and then the competition concludes in September.
Gore again to Luff. This one chipped in the air. Bounces awkwardly before the fielder. I'll just take the one run. Yeah, it's slightly strange that coming back for the one-day cup for like 2 or so games, then into the 100 and then back to one-day cup. So it extends all the way to September. There's a big pause. A lot of these players then playing the 100 for their respective sides. Luffer waiting. We'll scamper 3 for 1. Using the leg side this time.
Durham, the first game back for Lancashire, and then they'll play Essex at Sedbergh School, which will bring you on Lancs TV. And thank you for choosing us again for this game in the Blast competition between Lancashire and Somerset. Mike Perkins and Polly Starkey, your commentary team here at a very, very warm, sunny Blackpool. I'll tell you what, the Arcades will be doing a roaring trade today. Even without Liv, our director down there.
Or Amanda Jade Wellington by the sounds of it. Gore in to Wellington. Signalled wide. Yeah, it sounds like she had a great time. Well, maybe not a great time actually, because she didn't win anything, but her bank balance slowly reducing down at the Arcades. She was very keen to take away Nigel, the new mascot. He's a lovely seagull with a tiny bag of crisps in his mouth. I'm not sure if it's a tiny bag of crisps or a huge seagull. Gore in again. Good shot from Amanda Jade Wellington. Beats the diving fielder, and that'll be 4.
Yeah, Fee Morris is quick across the ground, but couldn't get to that one. And Amanda Jade Wellington, she likes her batting, and she's put bat to ball early on there. Getting a little bit of width, a little bit full in length, and just making that count. Nice shot.
Gore past the umpire, chipped in the air, should be a chance, and the chance is taken. Amanda Jade Wellington goes for 4, and a simple catch in the end for Grace Potts.
Yeah, very simple indeed for Grace Potts. Just popped up, and for all that was good about the previous shot from Amanda Jade Wellington, that was a poor one. Leading edge, another indication that this pitch is just a little bit on the slow side.
It's a 3rd wicket for Mahika Gore in today's game. Less than 8 overs in, so really good from the left armour.
Yeah, she's started very, very well in this game as Mahika Gore.
Alex Griffiths coming to the crease for Somerset. And wickets are really tumbling. 4 wickets in the last 2 overs for Somerset, and it's a far from ideal situation. 5 wickets down. Got a change of bowling from the north end with Darcy Carter for Lancashire.
Just tweaks a few in the direction of Norris to get warmed up. Confirmation of that Gore spell then. 4 overs, no maidens, 15 for 3.
Carter took 2 for 28 against Durham. Into the attack and conceded 1 run for first ball. Lovely direct hit, but of course Sophie Luff back very safely. But always good to get a bit of fielding practice in.
They say a direct hit always gives you half a yard, but they'd have needed a yard and a half to run out Sophie Luff there. Alex Griffiths was willingly through as well. Quick between the wickets, and she's facing up now.
Carter and again just defended by Griffiths, first ball.
Again, just sort of stuck on the pitch a little, just popped a little.
Driven down the ground, we'll just find mid-off. Carter, the Scotland international, who's used to play a cricket at South East Stars and made the move to Lancashire last season at the back end. And again, chipped in the air, will go over the head of Eve Jones and races away for 4. A needed boundary for Somerset.
Yeah, clattering into the marquee we're situated in the end. Nice stroke. Just lifted it really over the infield as much as anything. It raced away as soon as it started, as soon as it came down to earth.
Yeah, it feels like a quick outfield here. Carter flight on that, and in the end just defended into the pitch. Right on the toes of Alex Griffiths. Full toss and almost a catch. I wouldn't have been surprised if that was taken by the calibre of fielding we've seen today.
Again, it was one of the seemingly easier ones. Tara Norris spilling it here. They seem to be missing the easier ones and grabbing the difficult ones.
Yeah, I mean, she did have to dive forward, I think, onto her elbows. Slightly misjudged it. I think she came too far forward. Maybe should have waited for it a bit more. So a missed opportunity.
Yeah, I think would have expected to hold it though. There, Tara Norris, as you say, having to dive forward, but other than that,
Bowling from the south end, number 27, Alana King. Can we remind all spectators, please not move behind the bowler's arm while play is taking place from either end.
48 for 5 after 9 overs, and Alana King is going to change ends, coming in from the south end this time. To Luff. Tentative, as we've seen from many of the Somerset batters so far in this game. Morris coming round to cut that off, but they're going to run through for 2. So good between the wickets.
yeah, manoeuvred her feet well there to allow her to cut that one off King away. Very typical Sophie Love shot, really.
Nudged into the leg side. Really quick to tap and run, scampering through. And you can tell that Luff is kind of commanding what's going on out there in the middle. She'll want to protect her wicket and bat out all those 17 overs. 51 for 5 the score at the moment.
Beautiful day here at Stanley Park.
Lovely from King. She's got her hands in the air. Can't quite believe that. Quick work from Ellie Threlkeld.
Nice looping leg spinner there from King. But not producing the wicket she was looking for. But 51 for 5, there's a bit of a problem here for Somerset, it's fair to say. Even in a 17 over game.
King in again, swept really nicely by Griffiths, and that's going to be another boundary. That was very, very needed by Somerset, but a nice aggressive shot. Just not afraid to take on Alana King.
Quickly onto it, wasn't she? It even ended up in the score box, that one. Just confirmation of Nahika Gore's figures of 3 for 15 there.
Career best in T20s. Dot ball to finish Alana King's over. 55 for 5 after 10. So 7 overs remain. Somerset with a lot of work to do.
Yeah, very tidy figures indeed, those from Mahika Gore. As a butterfly comes and greets us in the marquee, and then quickly makes its way flapping back off towards the outfield. Grace Potts then back into the attack. Lancashire will just keep rotating these bowlers, you feel. You imagine King will be the one to get the other bowler to get 4. It's all gone very well so far for Lancashire here, despite the hassle getting up the M6 with the traffic. Potts bowls, dabbed into the offside with a little forward push by Sophie Luff. One more added to the total. Very well run indeed in the end by the Somerset captain.
I think this is what Somerset have to do, just, you know, capitalise when they can. Take a quick single, even if it's slightly risky. That'll be the difference.
Potts again, making her way in. This time has Griffiths to try and negotiate. Now that's pulled away nicely. It's going to be gathered just inside the rope by Fee Morris, who was round quickly and keeps the scoring to 1. It's well hit that by Griffiths. She might have expected slightly more reward for it.
Yeah, I think she was probably hoping for a boundary there, but Fee Morris monitoring the boundary very nicely. There's had a couple of difficult ones. A lot of hard shots hit out to her.
Seems to be the way she likes it though. There's a long leg, a third, and that back or forward square in fact on the boundary in the form of Fee Morris. That one prodded to mid-wicket though. No addition to the score.
57 for 5.
Mid on the other leg side fielder inside the ring. Then you've got mid-off cover, backward point, as well as a cover sweeper for Grace Potts, who bowls. This one is guided down towards the fielder at third. They're going to look for 2, and Luff will be back for 2 because she's astonishingly quick, and there's always pressure on the thrower there because Stephen couldn't quite get it over the top of the bails in time. And another 2 are added to the total by Luff, who's been busy. 59 for 5, but Somerset struggling to mount a total at the moment.
Yeah, a lot of dot balls in this innings so far, and just Ruby Davis getting out of single figures.
Here's Potts, worked away down to long leg. Mahika Gore will pick up, having recorded those career best figures. Another 1 to the total, 60 for 5. Yeah, everyone else in single figures other than Davis, who made 12 before being caught by Lister off the bowling of King. Here's Potts again. Right arm over the wicket. Shorter length in towards the pads, eventually of Griffiths. Doesn't pick up a run as a result. 60 for 5. So the sort of a white and grey tower in the middle of Stanley Park, bathing in the sunshine at the moment. A few seagulls swirl around in the skies above us as well. It's a very fine day here out on the coast.
60 for 5 with 6 overs left in this innings. Got Griffiths on 9, Luff on 11.
Bowling from the south end, number 76,
Darcy Carter. Probably here on the tannoy there. Darcy Carter back into the attack from the south end here of Blackpool Cricket Club. Settling over the bat to wait here is Luff. Carter approaches, twirls a ball that hits the advancing pads of Luff. No run on offer. Another twirling off spinner from Carter is prodded down the onside of straight. One more to the total. 61 for 5, so Somerset underway for the over. Brings Griffiths back onto strike. And as the Carter bowls, it's hoiked away really, out to deep mid-wicket for 1. Somerset will gratefully receive it. They're just starting to build again, just threatening that they might be able to mount something that will trouble Lancashire here. Important, of course, they've dubbed it Fortress Blackpool, given the wins they've had here in recent years. Important to keep that going as well, as this one is worked out to backward square leg for 1. Potts there with the fielding.
It's been pretty slow from Somerset, but I think the thing they've been missing is a partnership, and that's what seems to be starting to build between Luff and Griffiths.
Both of them in double figures. Griffiths with 10. She drives that down the ground, and Norris just not really picking that one up. Bounces awkwardly in front of her as well, and away it goes for 4 runs. So Griffiths on to 14 off 12 now. That's a bit more like it. 67 for 5 the score.
Niamh Holland and Ruby Davis put on 20. Luff and Griffiths now 19. It's the early stages of a good partnership.
Here comes Carter again, bowling to Griffiths, who goes for a wild heave. Doesn't get much of it, and it heads away behind square on the leg side for 1. A useful run still though. So they're up to that 20 mark now in the partnership. 68 for 5 is the score. Cut off for this 17 over innings. He's around about 20 minutes away, so they should be okay with that. They're still having to jog round to their positions just to make sure.
We've got a school group in, sat in the seating. They got here very on time, and they've had poor teachers probably having to manage a large group of children with no entertainment whilst we waited for this game to get underway.
Yeah, it's a long game if I spy that. It's King back on from the north end that we're commentating from. They're going to look for 2. Fee Morris and Eve Jones both converging on it. And it's Jones who eventually picks it up. Another single to the total. 69 for 5.
They do seem like well-behaved students, not rowdy. A lot of the internationals are seen huge groups of primary school children, which is an incredible day out, and what an experience, but yeah, must be quite tiring for the teachers.
Here comes Alana King, bowls. That was swept nicely behind square on the leg side and into the plastic-seated stand. It's the railings in front of it. 4 runs to the total. Nice shot, that one. 73 for 5.
Yeah, it was lovely, and Somerset need a little bit more of that if they want to put on a competitive total.
Clearly decide that's the way to play, King, is to look for that sweep shot.
Yeah.
It's worked well for them. Love faces up again as King approaches and bowls. This time she's forced back into a ground. She's going to have to be quick, Luff, and she is quick, as always. Cutting that one behind square and scampering through for the single. 74 for 5.
Luff just has been so good at taking those opportunities and finding those runs where perhaps, you know, others may have not risked it. She's been on top of that.
Missed there by Griffiths, missed by Threlkeld. The ball rolls down towards the boundary. Will it go all the way here off Alana King? It turned big, that one, and evaded everybody, including the outside edge of Griffiths' bat. 4 byes, 78 for 5. Useful runs for Somerset. They've rebuilt well here.
Yeah, Somerset will be happy to take anything like that. Any run will count for them.
Here comes Alana King, bowls and swept hard out to the leg side. Gathered by Seren Smale, who fires it back to the gloves of Threlkel for the loss of another run, 79 for 5.
Been a lot of sweeping, and as you say, that seems to be the effective way to play against Alana King, which importantly Somerset seem to have figured out.
Seems like they're almost just trying to kill the spin with those sweep shots. Here comes King again. Bowls a ball that takes the leading edge as it turns, and that's the danger. And it is does seem to be a sticky pitch that can lead to leading edges like that one. 79 for 5 then, that's the score. We've had 13 of the 17 overs of this innings, so just the 4 now remaining of this innings.
The last few overs have been slightly more productive from a Somerset perspective. And as I say, building that partnership now on 36 between Sophie Luff and Alex Griffiths, which was always going to be quite vital, as they very quickly went 5 wickets down.
Yeah, they've left themselves a tough task, but these two are going about it well as Griffiths hits that one bouncing just in front of Smale. Picks up 1 in the end out towards the mid-wicket boundary. 80 for 5.
That's a rough one to try and take, just bounced awkwardly and went past it.
Carter again, shorter length. Luff round the corner with the sweep shot. Picks up another 1. 81 for 5. I think it was her first intention to play it like that, Luff, but that's where it ended up. Once again comes Carter. Twirls it up with a bit more flight that time. It's a dot ball. Driven extravagantly by Griffiths, but without the power she was looking for. Carter again. Meets it on the full, does Griffiths. Out towards the mid-wicket boundary for 1. 82 for 5. The run rate has been solidly at 6s since the 10 over mark pretty much, and it remains there at the moment. 82 for 5. Here comes Carter. That'll help the run rate. Lifted over the top. It's going to bounce once just inside the rope. And 4 runs over extra cover. Nice stroke by Luff. Just easing down the track, really. Getting to the ball in a good spot so she could hit against the spin and over the top.
Luff seems to be really instigating this rebuild and taking on that responsibility. At the other end, she's got Griffiths, who is doing well, 19 from 19. But Luff looks like she perhaps wants to press on a little bit more. She's showing that with the bat, but also running between the wickets.
Carter's going to bowl straighter now with 4 on the leg side boundary. Luff looks to clip towards that side and wanted to, but was never really on. 88 for 5 then the score at the end of the over. Confirmation that cut-off time 25 to 5. Slightly late start here today, 3:30. An hour later than scheduled, so we're playing 17 overs as a side. That was due to a severe traffic jam on the M6 caused by a lorry fire by the looks of things. So hopefully everyone's okay there, but it's caused major disruption in this part of the world and led to a slightly different game here today. Polly Starkey about to start the 15th over.
Grace Potts returning from the North End. Somerset 87 for 5 with 3 overs remaining.
So they can have a go here.
Yeah.
That's for sure. They've got wickets in hand all of a sudden, having rebuilt.
I think with it being 17 overs as well, when you get to 14, I think, oh, we're actually really nearly there. We can have a go for it. And
bounced horrendously, that one. Kept very low. Threlkel took the bails off, but it was never really on.
Yeah, I think Threlkel was the only one who really shouted for that. Potts in again with Luff on strike. looks to go big, and she does. It's chipped in the air over the head of Eve Jones. And with this fast outfield, it's a good bit of work by Eve Jones and Fee Morris. I say fielding in packs, but just flicks it back over the boundary.
Yeah, Eve Jones very quick to that one, very quick across the ground. Looked like she had no right to get anywhere near it, but
Yeah.
managed to flick it back.
Really good work to catch up with it. Luff rocks back. Goes over the head of Alana King. And that will be a boundary. A 50 partnership between Sophie Luff and Alex Griffiths, which has been vital to Somerset. At one point, going 5 wickets down, it looked like it could be an even shorter first innings. But that was good from Luff. I think she's realised she can kind of just go for it. And the last 2 shots have certainly been indicative of that. Pops in another one, chipped in the air. Will land before the fielder, won't go for 4. They're pushing for a second. So pressure between the wickets as well. And suddenly Somerset look closer to 100, 95 for 5.
Yeah, it's starting to put a little bit of pressure on Lancs now, aren't they? It's mainly been this innings of 32 by Sophie Luff that's done it.
Luff still on strike. Chipped over the head of the bowler. Beats Eve Jones, who stuck out a hand to try and stop the ball. And in the end, went straight for 4.
And vintage Sophie Luff, this.
Somerset on the charge.
Just a nice little punt down the ground, that one. It's always going to get away from Eve Jones. She got close with the hand in the end, but was always likely to be second best.
Just retrieving the ball from the edge of the car park.
I must confess, when I got here, there weren't many good options in the car park in terms of places to park where the ball might not be hit.
That's the risk with club grounds. I've seen quite a few times this season people's cars getting a lovely cricket ball shaped hole in the windscreen. Rocks back again, but the catch will be taken this time. That's really good from Tara Norris, who had a similar opportunity earlier in the game and put it down, but has managed to take the catch to dismiss Sophie Luff, who was kind of taking the game away for Somerset, adding those runs in the final overs.
Yeah, exactly the right approach from Sophie Luff there to try and increase the scoring. 36 in the end before being caught by Tara Norris. Grace Potts with the bowling. But Norris did well there because she dropped one coming forward at mid-off earlier in the innings, so definitely didn't want to do that for a second time. Did well to cling on this occasion.
In the end, a 56-run partnership between Sophie Luff and Alex Griffiths, who have rescued the game for Somerset, and now find themselves 99 for 6. 2 overs remaining.
Alana King will bowl one of them.
And the incoming Somerset batter, number 20, Chloe Skelton.
So an opportunity to add a few more runs in these final 2 overs. Chloe Skelton, the new batter, who I'm sure will see plenty with the ball in the second innings.
It's 108, it'd be 1 a ball.
King to Griffiths, who drives that down the ground. They'll find one, it'll be cut off before the boundary.
Somerset slightly in front of that at the moment, and will be looking to get a good way in front of that if they can.
Skelton scoring 23 against the Bears as her prominent total this season. Obviously much more effective with the ball. King in again, unable to get the ball past inside the ring.
Score of 119 would be 7 and over.
Good running to take the single. Hesitated around a second. 101 for 6, so the 100 up earlier in the over for Somerset.
The 119 feels a long way off at the minute.
Attempted reverse sweep. King can't quite believe it. It will go down to a dot ball.
It's an interesting choice of shot. I suppose it's where the gap is, isn't it?
Yeah.
Flying past Threlkeld.
It's brave against King. She'll just try and sweep it this time, a wide signal by the umpire. So Griffiths not able to reap any rewards. King again, this time rocks back and strikes, but we just find Elsa Lister. 102 for 6. King through a rhythm. This one swept. There's a slight misfield. That's really good running from Somerset. Just taking advantage of Tilika Stephen inside the ring.
I guess it's what you've got to do at this stage with now just 6 balls remaining, 7 balls when that one was bowled. If you sweep one hard at a fielder, you've almost just got to run and say, go on then, if you can pick that up clean and throw down the stumps, then I'll walk off quite happily.
Yeah, it's an awkward angle to throw at as well, so actually the chances of you getting through are probably quite high. But that's a risk you can take at this stage in the game with an over left. Tara Norris to bowl the final over for Lancashire. Somerset 103 for 6. Griffiths on 21, Skelton on 1.
Got things underway, did Tara Norris. She's going to finish things off here as well.
Griffiths on strike. Threlkeld quick behind the stumps as always.
Couldn't affect the stumping on that occasion though, even though the bails were off in a flash.
Tara Norris, the left arm seamer. Flicked into the leg side. Severn Smell running round to do the fielding. They will push for 2 in the end.
Yeah, Griffiths has had a bit of a workout since going out there. And she's through for another 2.
105 for 6 for Somerset.
In a position though where she needs to look for the boundary again in this final over. Needs to find it really.
Norris with a no ball, just didn't come out of her hand right at all.
Well, we've seen a couple of those today where Mahika Gore had one as well, where she tried the slow ball and it didn't work. But this one's a no ball and there will be a free hit.
So a handy opportunity for Somerset in their final over to have a bit of a whack. Norris in. The scoop on. Not successful, so they'll just get the 1 run.
Doesn't look great off a free hit, that does it, when it doesn't go well?
It's an interesting choice of shot for a free hit. I suspected Griffiths to just give it a whack rather than going for a scoop. Norris in again. Slap down the ground, but Alana King will do the fielding, so just the 1 available.
I guess the feeling's the pitch is a bit on the slow side, so going down the ground the conventional route, they're going to struggle. 1 ball of the, or 2 balls of the innings remaining, 108 for 6. So they'll go past the 1 a ball mark.
Just flicked off the toes and it's going to go for 4. It wasn't the hugest of shots or the most powerful, but it found its way racing down to the boundary. So some important runs in this final over.
Yeah, another one of those for Somerset would be very welcome indeed. Otherwise, I think Lancashire will back themselves to chase this, but who knows, given the day we're having.
112 for 6. Norris in. Chip down the ground. Fielded by Alana King. It was a decent ball into Norris, who wasn't able to make contact and whip off the bails. So Somerset finish their innings 114 for 6. I think they've recovered from going 5 wickets down relatively early in the innings. So Lancashire will be chasing 115 to win. Let's talk through the scorecard. Sophie Luff, vital with 36 from 30. And Alex Griffiths, 29 from 29, also an important part of the partnership. In terms of Lancashire's bowling, Mahika Gore with career best figures of 3 for 15 from her 4 overs. Alana King, 1 for 24. Grace Potts, 1 for 22. And Tara Norris, 1 from 21 in the end from her 3 overs. Darcy Carter didn't get a wicket, went for 21 runs. So Somerset recovering what could have been a very low total, and Lancashire now chasing 114 even for 6.
Yep, 115 will be the target. Do make sure you rejoin us for that. And myself, Mike Perkins and Polly Starkey will be back with you for the Lancashire chase.
Business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Keep an eye out for some familiar brands such as Guinness, Celavino, VK Hooch and Britvic. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fueled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
(1864). We were first class then, and we're first class now. With a dream to spread cricket through Lancashire's towns, where girls and boys, with willow and leather, become more than a badge, but the red rose together.
A club where more than legends are made, but friendships, obsessions, moments replayed on our screens, in our minds, in our hearts forever. Because it's who we are, our DNA, the red rose together.
Statham, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss, Chappie, Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross. What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the red rose together.
We're all about people. It's what the red rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes.
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the red rose together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues, internationals, gigs, events. You can choose from a menu of triumph, of disaster, of pain, or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford, with the red rose together.
Red ball, white ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back? Have you ever just wondered how far we've come? The storms we've weathered, or how far we'll go as the red rose together.
After a very quick break, we're back and play is going to be underway shortly. Lancashire requiring 115 to win against Somerset in this reduced overs game, 17 overs per side in the final round of the Women's T20 Blast group stages. Neither team able to qualify for finals day on the 27th of July at the Oval, but still plenty of pride to play for, and of course Lancashire doing so well in the competition so far, getting close to finals day, and they'll be keen to retain their fourth place position. Somerset currently last in the table with only one win under their belt, so they've put themselves in a decent position. They started slow with the bat, but Sophie Luff, their captain, a stellar innings from her, a really important one as well, working with Alex Griffiths to get them to the total of 114 for 6 as the Somerset players in their pink shirts.
Welcome back. Our umpires, Hassan Adnan and Jasmine Naeem, and our TT. Somerset and the Thunder.
Yeah, it's a difficult one to call this, I think, because if it was a slow pitch that was hampering Somerset every time they tried to go out the ring, then that could prove difficult for Lancashire, but it's not clear whether it was just the wrong way to go about their innings from Somerset, or whether it was a case of the pitch perhaps being a little on the sticky side. But we'll find out fairly quickly here with Eve Jones and Seren Smale on their way to the wicket to start the Lancashire innings.
Players that don't hang around at all. Seren Smale 42 against Hampshire, but also did well for England Day against New Zealand Day, 52 not out and 31 in the T20, 64 and 48 in the one-day games there, against a very good New Zealand A side as well, I must say. And the ever-reliable Eve Jones.
Molly Robbins then back into the side, 13 wickets so far in this competition. She's going to open the bowling, so Somerset will be glad to have her back.
4 for 29 against the Bears earlier in the season. An important shift from the 26-year-old.
I think though the plan from Smale will be to try and get ahead of this fairly early and hit a few boundaries and just give Lancashire Thunder a bit of comfort in this chase. Eve Jones will just go about her business as she usually does.
Robbins into Jones. Strikes that straight to Sophie Luff, unable to get out of the ring first ball. And this is a ground that Eve Jones and Seren Smale will be very, very familiar with. Plenty of 50-over cricket here too. A couple of games this season so far.
Flashing drive to start with there. Very stylish from Eve Jones, but didn't bring her a run. Still 115 required.
Robbins again, 14 on a shirt. Nudge down the ground, no run available. Still 115 required to win. Neither player off the mark.
Davis quickly in with the fielding there. She sort of made the early headway with that 12, but it was really built around Luff's 36 and Griffiths' 29.
Robbins again tries to field off her own bowling. Manshade Wellington in the end. Another dot ball though for Robbins, which is, I mean, every ball really does count in a reduced overs game. There were plenty of dot balls in their first innings, but Robbins starting well for Somerset. Jones on strike, the left-hander. Drives that lovely shot. Will reach Alex Griffiths though. He runs in from the boundary. But a nice technical shot as you would expect from Eve Jones.
Yeah, flowing blade from the left-hander there. Does get her first run eventually.
Importantly, Lancs off the mark in this over.
So requiring just over one a ball in the end. 17 overs for a reminder for this chase here, due to traffic problems which delayed the home side being able to get to the ground.
Robbins to Smale. Has a wafted it and go through to the keeper.
In some ways, that's a fairly safe shot, because if she gets anything on it, it's past the keeper and away down to a vacant third region.
One without loss. Robbins looking to wrap up her over. Smale awaits. Won't go for the run in the end. Look keen. That finishes the first over, so a lot less exciting than the first over of the first innings. 9 for 1 at the end of that. Just one without loss.
Yeah, it was a far more orderly affair, that one. Didn't get the six or the wicket or any of the extras or leg byes or anything like that. I've just seen a group of toddlers had to be retrieved from the sight screen there by their parents to before the bowling resumes from the South End here at Blackpool Cricket Club. But it's a lovely summer's day. Plenty of people enjoying their day by the seaside, it would seem.
Chloe Skelton is going to be coming into the attack for Somerset from the South End. 3 for 26 against the Blaze, 2 for 20 against Surrey, so has performed against the really big sides in this competition. Surrey, who were going straight through to the final at finals day, hosted at the Kia Oval, and then Blaze, who are in the eliminator. She's in, starts with a wide, which Lancashire will not be complaining about.
The other aspect I like of this ground is you've still got the kindergarten at what's now mid-wicket for Eve Jones.
Another wide, so loose from Skelton to start, which is slightly uncharacteristic.
He definitely turned as Skelton bowls again. Just chopped on the cut by Eve Jones down to third for 1.
The one thing I highlighted from Somerset's innings is how good, particularly when Sophie Luff was out in the middle, they were just running between the wickets and finding any opportunity. And I think Lancashire will have to match that. Seren Smell awaits Skelton in and just through to the keeper. Bex Odgers with the gloves. Plenty of wicket keepers down in Somerset with Jess Hazel and Katie Jones, who's now gone on loan to Gloucestershire, as Skelton's in again. Smell rocks back, but
Balls run. Just beating her footwork there.
Yeah.
Smell, she was almost one step behind where she needed to be to get the room to cut that.
Tries to turn this around the corner and work it off the hip, but unsuccessful. So a slow start from Lancashire and a wide signal by the umpire in the end. Skelton in, executes the shot all the way for 4. That's what Smell will have wanted off the previous ball. So first more underway.
1-1-5, the chase here, and that will help them on their way.
Skelton again slapped by Smale, and that is racing towards the boundary. Should go for 4, and it does go for 4. There were 2 fielders in pursuit, but that was smart from Smale. Back-to-back boundaries for Lancashire.
Looking for
Start by Lancashire, perhaps a false sense of security for Somerset as Skelton's in. Smell tries to have another waft at it. Doesn't manage to make contact. So 13 without loss after 2.
Nicely floated up that last one from Skelton, just got it fuller of length, and that's why the cut wasn't on.
Jones on 2, Smale on 8.
Should explain for viewers joining us on Lancs TV and the Geo app in India, particularly from other parts of the world. There's a dramatic night in England last night with the European Championships football on at the moment, and the England women's team put us through it there.
Sharply fielded by Griffiths inside the ring. Yeah, heart rate was very high last night, went through all the emotions.
So I think there's one or two who's, after a slightly more relaxing day in Blackpool here today, I think there might be one or two who are a little tired after following that.
Eve Jones on strike, works this off the hip into the leg side. We'll just take a gentle run. Yeah, a lot of football fans in these sides, and we saw a lot of football during the long delay.
Yeah, it certainly wasn't done the easy way with a win for England on penalties over Sweden last night in the European Championships, and I think it might be a sign of things to come, really. It could be quite an eventful tournament. Chase here, though, 115 for Lancashire to beat Somerset.
Molly Robbins from the North End. Smale use their hands nicely. We'll just get the one run. But this is much better from Lancashire than what we saw in the first over. Chasing 115 for victory here in Blackpool. Struck beautifully by Eve Jones. That's classic Eve Jones, all the way for 4. And that is great work by the left-hander.
Lovely
Complete
shot.
ease. And again, great technique. That's what you get from Eve Jones. Very aesthetic player.
Back to where she'll want to be on the strike rate. 7 off 8 now. That looks a lot better for her.
Lancashire 19 without loss as Molly Robbins continues her over. Eve Jones once again off the pads. No run available.
Sort of dabbled that one round the corner. If it had been a yard finer, she might have been on for another 4 there, but it was well stopped in the end. Olivia Barnes with the fielding.
You can hear some seagulls in the distance. And of course, our seagull Nigel, who joined us at the start of play. Robbins to Jones. Once again, a lovely shot from Jones. It may be cut off, but it's not. It goes for 4. There was an attempt down by the boundary by Alex Griffiths, who dived to try and stop it. And look. Bushes of, I think they're hydrangeas.
Very pink, aren't they? Very pink in colour, much like the Somerset shirts, I suppose. Now, Alex Griffiths always looks second favourite there, but I'd kind of done the hard yards and be a bit disappointed not to bring that one in, but with both batters now ahead of 1 a ball. Lancashire in charge here of this chase in the early stages, but there's a lot of cricket to play. 17 overs aside, remember. The chase 115.
10 from the over in the end for Lancashire. So it puts them ahead of where Somerset were. Lancashire 23 without loss. Somerset at this stage 18 for 1. It's not huge margins. Liv Barnes will be the change of bowling for Somerset. Just come into the squad this season. Nicely played by Smale, who just get the one from it. 18 years old. Came through the Kent pathway. So has played a few games for Kent and some for Somerset. 3 for 12 against the Blaze and 1 for 34 against Essex.
Reminder, 3 other games in the competition being played today. Essex v Durham starts at 6, Hampshire v the Blaze at 6:30, and Surrey versus the Bears at the same time.
Defended by Jones, unable to find a run.
Tier 2 at the moment. Northants are closing in on their target for victory against Derbyshire, chasing 133. They're 102 for 3 with 5 overs remaining and 7 wickets, crucially. And then we also have Leicestershire versus Yorkshire. Yorkshire setting 143 for victory there. Leicestershire needing 37 the last 4 overs with 6 wickets left.
Another dot from Liv Barnes.
And Kent 95 for 3 in pursuit of 133 at Sophia Gardens against Glamorgan. So they need 38 off 4 overs with 7 wickets remaining.
Barnes in again. Jones doesn't quite execute the shot, but will scamper 3 for 1. 25 without loss.
Yeah, Lancashire happy with where the board is at the moment. Ahead of the Duck with Lewis Stern par as well.
Barnes in again. Bit of width and smell. Pushed out. There's a slight misfield. They don't go for second in the end. 26 without loss as we approach the 4 over mark.
More for the win.
Not quite sure what's happening.
Somebody just moved behind the side screen.
Yeah.
An opportune moment.
Barnes in again. Oh, close. It goes really close to the hand of Olivia Barnes, but struck by Jones to the advertising board. Finish the over. Lancashire 30 without loss after 4.
Lovely stroke from Eve Jones down the track and got her hands through the ball. Send it up to long off for 4 runs. Nice piece of batting. 85 now required in the remaining 13.
Ellie Anderson is going to come on for Somerset. Formerly of Worcestershire and Central Sparks. Has since made the move down to Somerset, part of that first under-19 World Cup squad. Defended straight back at her, really good start. Eve Jones having to leap back into a crease. A player she'll be very familiar with.
Yep, she will have been part of Ellie Anderson's progress. Tall, fast bowler. Approaches again.
Smell waits, drives, but 1 run on offer.
Neat stroke from Smale, just accumulating all Lancashire need to do at the moment. 84 now to win, to reach that target of 115.
31 without loss.
Almost feels as if they're going to just chase this as 7s, and that way they'll get there with a little bit of time to spare.
Anderson to Jones. It's a wide. Ideal for Somerset, who can't be giving away extras at this stage.
No, in such a reduced game of 17 overs each and with a low total on the board, it's they're going to struggle. It's been a tough season for Somerset so far.
Jones on strike. Nice tap into getting those 2 runs in.
Despite the difficult start to the day for Lancashire, they've been professional about how they've gone about this chase so far.
34 without loss and an important 2. Jones on 18 now, as Anderson in again, struck in the air. It's really aerial and should just be taken by the keeper, and is. In fact, Jones kind of starts walking off before, but then flings her head back, frustrated. She knows she's better than that, and she knows it was not the shot she intended to play. And the first wicket.
As easy as they come for Odgers, the wicket-keeper. Jones just looking to back away and heave that one over the leg side, but gets the top edge. And Eve Jones out, caught Odgers, bowled Anderson 18 of 16 balls in 18 minutes with 3 fours. Earlier we saw career best T20 figures for Mahika Gort with her 3 for 15 from 4 overs, so that's really set up this chase of 115. And Jones starting well, but probably would have wanted to go on with that innings. And it does make things a little more interesting now with Kestevan coming to the crease.
By no means a disaster for Lancashire, and the capable Tilly Kestevan in for Lancashire, who in fact made her debut here in the One Day Cup.
Went on to really star, of course, in the T20 Cup that Lancashire won earlier in the season in the T20 format.
Anderson to Kestevan, signalled a wide.
The best of starts from Anderson to Kestevan there.
Not been clinical from Anderson.
In fact, this over's had a bit of everything. Dot 1, wide 2, wicket wide. It's been a bit, hard to predict what's coming next. We'll find out shortly on Lancs TV.
Anderson in again. Kestevan unable to get it away. 35 for 1, the score remains.
Just took her around the body there. So she'll just try and pick up where Eve Jones left off. I wonder how much insight the 2 left-handers give each other. Eve Jones, of course, vastly experienced, got a lot of know-how to pass on to the young left-handed prodigy.
On the leg side this time. Won't get the run. So wraps up the over 35 for 1 after 5. So 8 runs ahead of where Somerset were at this stage.
Bang on the Duckworth Lewis Stern par now with that wicket in the over. So 35 the score as we tick up towards 5:15 on your Friday. And what better way to spend it than watching Lancashire take on Somerset at Blackpool Cricket Club. Neither of the sides can qualify from their final game, which is what they would have been hoping for at the outset of this competition, but still plenty to play for as they go forward, as Amanda Jade Wellington, the Australian, comes into the attack and is chopped away on the cut by Sarah Smale for 1. 37 for 1, the total moves on to 115. Remember, the target here for Lancashire under these blue sunny skies. Kestevan takes a guard. The 5.1 over power play is over. And a couple more retreats now towards the boundary. So we've got fielders back at mid-wicket, square leg and deep cover as Jade Wellington comes in. There's an appeal for LBW, probably doing too much to the left-hander. And Jade Wellington also has long gone out inside the ring on the leg side. 45 and mid-wicket. You've got mid-off extra cover and a short third completing the field on the offside in the ring, as Stephen works it through the mid-wicket gap. Will pick up one before it's retrieved by the captain, Sophie Luff. 37 for 1, the score as Smale comes back onto strike. It's looked decent touch at the wicket. It's not really happened for her this season, but it could be a little innings, a little chase to get her started. Jade Wellington throws it up. Smale drives, Luff's tumbling to stop it, but doesn't prevent the one in the end.
It's difficult for Lancashire at this stage. It was similar when Alana King came on. You've just got to figure out how to play her, because otherwise you'll just get stuck, and those 3-4 overs that she'll bowl just become impossible.
Clapped away into the leg side by Stephen off Jade Wellington. The turn comes into her body, of course, and into her stumps there dangerously. But she flays that one away into the leg side. 39 for 1. And Jade Wellington then to complete her first over, bowling to Seren Smale, who's with a whisk playing it off her toes. Out to long on for a single. 40 for 1 the total. Lancashire making steady progress at the moment, but the loss of the wicket may just give Somerset the opening they're looking for in this game.
Staying close to that required run rate, slightly below it. A couple of boundaries would make a huge difference.
Those games later on then seeing Surrey versus the Bears, which will be a game of 2 of those who've qualified. The Blaze, the other who've qualified, they take on Hampshire in Southampton. And you've got Essex versus Durham taking place at Chelmsford. That one slightly earlier than the others at 6 o'clock. Fran Wilson moves round to long on. We've also got a long off out as into the attack comes Barnes, and he's pushed too long on for a single to start the new over. 41 for 1. Stephen on strike. Plenty of chatter around Blackpool Cricket Club as spectators look on in the sunshine. A couple more wandering in from Stanley Park in the distance as well. And it will be Barnes to approach and twirl away. Left arm around the wicket. Big shout. Difficult angle for Barnes there, really, to affect an LBW.
Yeah, I think it was a bit high as well, and for me a little bit leg side, but
not a lot going for it, really.
No, you've got to appeal though. You've got to take those chances.
She's sort of in that dilemma where she either has to pitch on the stumps that will probably turn down leg, or pitch outside the stumps and miss that way as well. So it's quite a difficult angle. Have to go quite a long way outside off stump to affect a run out, as that one was hit down the ground for 1. 42 for 1. Here comes Barnes again. Heel to toe as she approaches and twirls a ball that grips and moves past the outside edge of the right-handed Smale, who sort of stood up and looked rather indignantly at that one. Really did grip. Here's Barnes again. As the Seagulls core in the air here in Blackpool. Don't know what's riled them up, as that one's played away into the offside. Don't know where Nigel's fluttered off. Big fluffy seagull.
Imagine Jade Wellington's probably
on the arcades.
Hidden him somewhere in her cricket bag.
Yeah, she was trying to smuggle him away back to Australia in the kit bag, wasn't she? As this one's a heaving sweep shot off Barnes by Smale, but it takes all pad. 42 for 1 as the sunshine really comes into full force here. It's a late afternoon here, really, and Lancashire will be hoping it stays that way on their pursuit of 115 for victory in this game.
42 for 1 after 7.
Difficult one for the sides in some ways, with not just the fact that neither of them can qualify, but also the delayed start. It's has led to a little bit of a subdued feel. Somerset were at 43 for 5, always behind where they wanted to be, seemingly chasing a total. Their innings got up to 115 in the end though, which could still prove a challenge here for Lancashire. They need to make sure they get this right. As Stephen faces up, cuts and past the keeper Hodges, and away this one will roll all the way down towards the boundary. Picked up just inside the rope. 2 useful runs though before it can be returned by Anderson. Gone all the way out there to get to the ball. Skelton into the attack for this over and cut away into the offside. Another ball ticks by with just the dot in the scorer's book. Stephen looks on, 44 for 1, pursued of 115 for victory. Back she goes, pushes into the gap this time, so we'll pick up a single. But it's ably gathered on the tumble out there at point. It's Fran Wilson who's made that position her own in 64 one-day internationals for England. Will be they post one back now to the square leg boundaries. This one's chopped into the offside, luffs across the ground, throws for the non-striker's end, but it was a comfy single for Seren Smale. Made a ground with a little to spare.
Stephen on 6 from 10, Smale 17 from 20.
Looks towards a sky with just a few clouds in it as she pokes into the offside for another 1 to the total. Steady progress from Lancashire, 47 for 1, 115 for victory.
68 from 55 required.
Thrown up, and Smale rather gets in an uncomfortable position and can only hit it back to Skelton, who will take her cap, and the over is complete, the 8th of the innings. 47 for 1 then the score. Blank certainly well ahead on the wickets column.
Yeah, significantly ahead at the same stage. Somerset 43 for 5, so quite a different picture in terms of wickets. The run's not too different.
So this was very much the start of the rebuild then from Somerset, led by Griffiths and the captain, Sophie Luff. A little bit of discussion about where exactly to place the fielders here.
Bowling from the north end, Amanda Jade Wellington.
And the Australian Amanda Jade Wellington back into the attack from the north end where we commentate from, because Stephen, a little chopped late cut, just knocking the ball on its head really. Way for 1. 48 for 1, and Lancs just keeping the board moving here at the moment. Nothing too extravagant. Wilson comes back at long on. We've got long off out again for Seren Smale. Comes Amanda Jade Wellington into the pitch, and Smale with a clever little reverse dab behind square on the offside. Just stood up. It wasn't a conventional sweep where you go down on one knee. And away it goes for 4 run. So it was a fairly rank bit of bowling, shorter length from Amanda Jade Wellington. But Seren Smale gratefully seized upon it. 50
Creative,
up for Lancs.
very creative from Smale.
Took them to 52 for 1 there. Smale looks for another cut, but that was a bit full in length for it. But Lancashire just staying ahead of where they need to be at the moment. 63 or 51 now required. Won't want it to get too much worse as Smale looks for the reverse sweep again. Misses it this time. Well, hits it into the pad, actually, of the wicket-keeper. Spotted as we saw that one again. Long off now comes up. Square leg goes back. So will we see Smale try and go down the ground here? Risky shot, the ball turning away. Big reward on offer. Oh no, gets a ball on her legs and sweeps it away for 4. Well, both the 4s in this over have been from bad bits of bowling.
And using that opportunity, 2 important boundaries just to stay ahead of the run rate, stay in control and also feel in control.
56 for 1. There's always a threat though with Amanda Jade Wellington approaching the crease and bowling. This one is cut, but a swing and a miss from Smale that comes off the wicket keeper. 56 for 1 then as another over rolls by. Lancs just have to be careful to not get too complacent here. They're a little bit behind getting it back to that runner ball that they'd be looking for in the final overs. So they've just got a little bit of work to do. Just need to hit a couple of boundaries at some point here.
Yeah, 8 runs ahead of where Somerset were and 4 more wickets in hand, but of course it was the latter overs where Sophie Luff and Alex Griffiths did so well, building that partnership and a boundary in the final over as well.
Yeah, they just need to be careful here, Lancs, not to slip behind. You've seen the worm between overs, emphasising exactly that point. Another change then, as Stephen forces this one off Griffiths out into the offside. Wouldn't have got a run, but the throw at the non-strikers was to a vacant non-strikers end, and the only fielder backing up was on the boundary, so 1 is taken, but in slightly strange fashion in the end. 57 for 1, Smale on strike. Probably up to her to accelerate things here, having been there the longest so far. She's 25 off 26 at the moment. Bright sunshine here in Blackpool. In comes Griffiths, bowls. Smale does look for a heave over the leg side, doesn't connect though. And there's no run as it trickles away down to 3rd. Got a bit of firepower to come. There's Lister, who's hit 10 sixes in this competition. He's on the list, as is Fee Morris. Captain Ellie Threlkeld as well will know what she's doing at the crease, so no reason to panic for Lancashire yet, but they're just falling behind it slightly, and this could be out, and it is out. Caught by Amanda Jade Wellington up at mid-off of the bowling of Alex Griffiths, and Smale did try and accelerate the scoring and is out for 25. Seemed just a little on the sticky side, the wicket, and it's continuing to keep this game interesting.
Seren Smale doing what she needed to do in this situation and accelerated. Didn't quite pay off in the end, but an important innings in the end. 25 scored and has given Lancashire a decent platform as they approach they're kind of into the second part of this innings. Elsa Lister coming to the crease with work to do for Lancashire. I mean, they're not in a dire situation, but they'll want to make sure they stay ahead and stay in control of this game. Lister's been outstanding this season. 79 against the Blaze, 28 not out against Somerset, 39 against the Bears. Some of her contributions to the side, particularly that one against the Blaze, a side who have made it to finals day.
58 off 45 needed as she walks to the crease with 264 runs in the competition to her name. We say crucially 10 sixes, so you imagine Elsa Lister's going to move this game one way or the other. Griffiths to run in from the south end of Blackpool Cricket Club. Lister waits. Delivered and straight away, flashing the ball out to cover, but there is a fielder on the boundary. So good stroke to get moving, but only brings a 1. 58 for 2. Plenty of discussion away on the decking in front of the pavilion to our right. Stephen looks on. We'll see long on back for her. Mid-wicket and square leg as well. Waits over her back. Tall figure at the crease. Strikes it down the ground, looking to beat mid-off. Does just beat mid-off. And beats long on, who was coming round to try and stop it there. It's just a little bit of fingertips from Amanda Jade Wellington on the ball. Threatened to slow it up. 4 to the total. Because Steve have just fallen off the rate in recent overs.
Lancashire definitely looking to accelerate.
Stephen waits again. Hits down the ground. Good shot. Clean stroke that time. Straight down the ground for 4. Stephen accelerates the scoring to 6. We see 49 more to win off 42 deliveries.
It's like a switch has been hit and Lancashire have gone up a gear. Talika Stephen, a really lovely shot for that final ball of the over. 66 for 2. 11 runs ahead of where Somerset were. 3 wickets more in hand.
From the north end, number 20, Chloe Skelton.
So Smale tried it, didn't come off, but Stephen finished the over with 2 boundaries, and just goes to show that the power of wickets in hand, because you can have both players go for it. Fee Morris looks like she's going to be next in.
Change of bowling with Skelton back into the attack. Starts with a dot ball. Pressure on the bowlers here after that previous over with the 2 boundaries. Skelton again attempts to sweep and doesn't make contact.
Yeah, if she had, I think those boundary riders would have had something to do.
Skelton in again. Nice from Lister on the leg side of hoiking it. Just 1 run available. So 67 for 2.
Just hasn't fully caught one yet. But there's definitely time.
It's wide given. The bails were taken off, but
Got to be careful with that, Skelton, because it's
yeah,
pretty much a free hit. She's struggled with wide balls throughout this spell, really.
Yeah, her first over was pretty loose. Just couldn't really find the line she wanted to bowl. Skelton again pushed by left-handed Stephen for the 1 run. .69 for 2, so 46 to win from 38 balls. There's a slight shout. Again, looks high and yeah, high and probably going down leg as well. But still an important dot ball for Somerset. Better from Lister. Just driving. Gets the 1.
Got out the over well there.
So 70 for 2 after 11. Tilika Stephen, 18 from 16. Elsa Lister, 3 from 6.
Lancs just falling off where they need to be here. Again, got back there with a couple of boundaries from Stephen. Were threatening to get it back to 1 a ball, but falling back again in that previous over from Skelton.
Looks like Olivia Barnes will come back.
And it's the spin that looks tricky to hit, doesn't it, at the moment?
Swept by Lister, and it should go for 4, and it does. It's a good recovery from Lancashire and Elsa Lister.
The wickets in hand should still count for Lancashire here, but as I say, it's just been sticky all day, and that's not really been the tale of how the pitch has played, which is what's leading to the slight concern, and still will, with that difference of 6 between the 41 runs to win and the 35 balls remaining.
Lister just having a look around as Barnes into the attack. Big swipe. Bells are whipped off, but she's safely back. It was really quick from both Hodges behind the stumps, but also
to get to the wicketkeeper in time.
Yeah.
Which another just indication of the fact that the pitch, which has probably had a lot of sun this summer, is just a little on the slow side.
Barnes again to Lister, chips back over the bowler's head. We'll just get 1 in the end. 75 for 2. 40 to win from 33.
It's tense, isn't it? It's getting into low-scoring thriller territory, this.
Stephen now on strike, unable to find a run. As you say, it could end up being a low-scoring thriller with... Yeah, I think Somerset, the last couple of overs, surprised a little bit, as it's not the contact Stephen would have wanted. Bat on ball, so we'll just get the 1. Yeah, I think as Somerset, towards the back end of their innings, just accelerated a bit in a way perhaps Lancashire didn't quite expect. They did so well to get them 5 down within 8 overs, and then it was just potentially a little bit complacent after that.
I mean, they never really had too many big overs.
No, it wasn't destructive.
Just, you know, it's sort of been like this all day, hasn't it? But
yeah, it's been quite mellow with the occasional boundary, but as soon as you get, you know, two boundaries and an over, it can really change things a bit.
But yeah, it's just difficult to see where the usual flurry of activity that you'd expect in a chase like this is going to come from. It's tough work out there. Amanda Jade Wellington coming back on to try and make it even tougher.
The next over, Somerset scored 11 from, so an important one for Lancashire in terms of keeping up with the run rate.
Yeah, that is a big over in the context of the game, and I suppose that was one of Sophie Luff's better efforts, I'm guessing.
Yeah, and then the one after that similarly went for 9, I think, in the end, and then 11 from the one after. Wellington back into the attack. Single available. Wellington just adjusting her field.
Fee Morris has all the gear on at the moment. Helmet and leg guards, the whole lot, waiting to go out there and make her contribution if required.
78 for 2. Stephen on strike. That'll be the wicket that Somerset have been searching for. Stephen has to go. Amanda Jade Wellington. Lovely delivery. Fast work by Bex Odgers behind the stumps. I've mentioned a difficult wicket fallen for Lancashire. Makes this chase a little bit more interesting. Fee Morris coming into bat.
So the batter's out. Eve Jones for 18, caught by Odgers off the bowling of Anderson. By Odgers off the bowling of Amanda Jade Wellington for 19. Fee Morris, always an inventive cricketer, comes to the crease, and Lancashire need her.
Definitely. 78 for 3. Fee Morris, she can hit a pretty long ball. And she's got a bit of firepower about her, and Lancs will be wanting to see that in the next few overs.
37 off 28 then, that gap's not really closed during the last partnership.
Wellington in, and that's bowled her. First ball, Morris goes. That's a fantastic bit of bowling.
She's actually, I think, chopped.
See the replay, because otherwise the ball really deviated. Yeah, in fact.
She's chopped her own stump, the top of the off stump, as she's gone back to cut a low ball that hasn't bounced well outside off stump. Fee Morris has chopped the top of the off stump and is out hit wicket.
That's frustrating.
Well, or one of the biggest inside edges of all time. But yeah, she was just looking to hit down on a low ball and clip the top of the off stump. So 2 and 2 now for Somerset. They're in charge all of a sudden. 78 for 4. 37 more needed to win. 6 wickets in hand.
Brilliant pressure from Wellington though. This over.
How are Threlkeld and Lister going to approach this then? Captain marks a guard. He's going to have to get going swiftly here.
A big job for Eddie Threlkeld, who, as we've said, had a bit of a stressful start to the day. Stuck on the motorway with Alana King. Wellington in, that's defended. Tentative from Threlkeld, which is no surprise with the way Wellington's been bowling, and should have wanted to avoid what happened to her teammate Fee Morris, has struck down the ground straight to a fielder. 78 for 4, 37 runs required to win with only 25 balls remaining.
With a wicket in those two, another 3 balls ticked by.
Wellington, plenty of flight, but wide.
Difficult to see where the remaining runs are going to come from for Lancs here.
Swept by Threlkeld. It's heading towards the boundary, and it will go for 4. Threlkeld's an important shot there to finish the over.
Every time we say there's a waft of the barbecue. Comes across Blackpool
lovely.
Cricket Club. Charcoal's clearly been fired up there.
83 for 4. So 4 runs apart from where Somerset were, in just the 1 wicket difference. So getting really close in these final few overs.
32 off 24 then. It's getting very, very tight, this one. As we approach the conclusion. 4 more overs remaining.
Number 45, Ellie Anderson.
Lister looks on here as Anderson is given the ball. Wellington's 2 wickets and an over then, putting Somerset in the driving seat, it seems.
Anderson, who picked up that first wicket, went for 5 runs from her first over. Back again. It's a waft and a miss from Lister.
Bowling with the keeper, Rogers stood up. Lancashire need to get moving here.
83 for 4, 32 from 23 required. Threlkeld on 4, Lister on 10. Anderson at the top of her mark from the south end. In the air, Ariel is heading towards the boundary, and it will be 4. Lancashire really, really needed that. Attacking from Lister.
Round of applause there.
Lister retaining the strike. Anderson in. Just through to a keeper, so a dot ball after that needed boundary.
What will the remainder of this game have for us? Still 7 runs between what Lancashire need to win and the balls remaining.
Anderson with a wide. Lancashire won't mind the extra and the bowl being re-bowled.
Well, make that difference 6. Just takes a couple of shots, but we've not seen much evidence of them so far. I suppose the sweep and the cut that have brought the boundaries maybe is that evidence, but...
Lovely from Lister. Very powerful. There is a fielder on the boundary.
There's the modern day baseball swish from Lister. Brings Threlkeld back onto strike.
89 for 1. 26 runs to win from 20 balls. Just discussion between the pair in the middle. 6 wickets in hand.
Just the cover sweeper back on the offside, so you imagine this is going to have to be fairly straight from Anderson.
Threlkeld facing. Good stop in the field. Ruby Davis gets to the ground quickly.
Frustrating day for the Lancashire captain so far. Can she end it with a win though? 26 off 19.
Anderson in over the head of the fielders by Threlkeld, will be stopped. They push really well for 2 though. Threlkeld finishing the over for 2 runs, so 91 for 4.
24 then, of just the 18 balls. Lancashire have the wickets in hand, they can take a risk here, but they're going to need to catch up at some point in these 18 balls, and it's looking like it's been a difficult task all day. They've always just been dot balls out there, it seems. Another little change in the bowling from Somerset. Looks like they're going to go back to Olivia Barnes. In she comes from the north end of Blackpool Cricket Club. Shorter length, it's swung away by Lister into the leg side. There's a fielder at mid-wicket on the boundary, so it's just one. (23 off 17, so that doesn't really change the equation either way. Reminder, Jones out for 18, Smale 25, because Stephen 19 and Morris 0. The Lancashire batters to 4. It's bowled by Barnes, but bounces and evades the sweep of Threlkelder, thanks to Polly Starkey for her contributions during the game on Lancs TV and the Geo app in India. Threlkelder's going to need just a quick inspection after that ball. I don't think it took her on the helmet, but that seems to be what they're looking at here. So seem to, amidst it all, have a quick little concussion check for Ellie Threlkelder, who went for the sweep there. Just examining the helmet, I think. And the physio's quite happy with it. Has asked any questions that need to be asked. And this game, which started late at 3:30, so was reduced at 17 overs aside due to some horrendous traffic on the M6. Is going all the way here. 17 balls remain, 23 required. In fact, 16 balls remain. Now that's going to help. Swept away by Threlkelder, but the tumbling stop keeps it within the ropes. There's going to be 2 more to the total. So the gaps closes slightly. 21 now of 15 balls. That's the equation for Lancashire and Somerset here. Serving up a thrilling finish at Blackpool Cricket Club. Barnes bowls short of length, and it's just nicked, I think, past the wicketkeeper by Threlkelder, who was backing away, and the Lancashire captain will gratefully receive another 2. In fact, it's going to be given as byes. 19 off 14. Threlkelder probably doesn't care much how they come. Marked a guard briefly before settling over a bat once more. Left arm round the wicket comes Barnes. Threlkelder gets something on it again. Just 1 this time to short fine leg. 18 off 13. The gap still not closing here for Lancashire. Somerset still looking in charge. There's 2 wickets from Amanda Jade Wellington in an over. Looking very crucial indeed as Barnes bowls. The list has gone high. He's hit 10 sixes this season. That one will get nowhere near. And it was close in the end from Jade Wellington coming across from sort of a wideish mid-off to almost catch the ball at mid-on. But it lands amidst everybody. Another single to the total. Right way to go. Off 12. After that skyer from Lister lands safe. Long discussion here between Threlkelder and Lister. Somebody has to find the boundary, and then they've got to back it up as well. That's been the problem whenever the boundary has been found. It's not been backed up with singles. Thanks for joining us on Lancs TV. You're going to see Amanda Jade Wellington take her 4th over. Remember, only 2 bowlers allowed 4 overs in this 17 over a side game. And Amanda Jade Wellington has been selected as one of those to take her full allocation. Barnes, who bowled the previous over, has had her full allocation, but still overs left for Robbins, Anderson, and Griffiths. Amanda Jade Wellington comes in. Down the track goes Lister, and it's going to be caught. Well caught at short third in the end. Goes up in the air and is caught by... It's going to be 17 off 11 now, with 5 wickets in hand. And Amanda Jade Wellington has gone and matched the career best spell that was bowled earlier by Mahika Gore of 15 for 3. Jade Wellington's picked up her 3rd wicket now, slightly more expensive, conceded 20 already with 5 balls of her spell remaining, but 3 crucial wickets there for the Australian. And things are certainly heading in Somerset's favour now. 17 needed off 11. Somebody's got to come in and find the ropes. Alana King, another Australian, walks to the crease and will face this first ball. On a slow track, can she score from ball 1? That's the requirement now for Lancashire on what's been a frustrating day with the traffic that prevented the home side getting here. They now need to finish in style. Here comes Amanda Jade Wellington again. King goes back and tries to cut and misses the ball. 17 off 10. Just can't see where this is coming from the Lancs' point of view all of a sudden. Jade Wellington bowls. It's short and straight, that one. Pushed away into the offside. King wanted to come for 2 but was never going to get there. So we go down to 16 off 9 balls. Threlk held the captain on strike. The sweep's been a favoured option. Deep backward square leg's been pushed a long way behind, so she'd have to go hard and flat at this Threlk held if she wants to use that sweep. There's also a deep mid-wicket who's fairway round herself towards the forward square leg position. Threlkel goes down the track, hits it hard and high, bounces once in front of the fielder at long on, who knew there was no real reason to attack that one because it's 15 now off 8 balls. Lancashire coming up short at the moment. The ground that's treated them well, Blackpool. The 100 is up, but that's not really the issue here. 15 more runs is. King sweeps hard, but only finds mid-wicket. That'll be 1 run. 14 off 7. It's well hit by King, but the field was well placed by Somerset. 101 for 5. 14 more needed. 7 runs to get. All of a sudden Lancashire needing a strike rate of 200, which we've barely seen all day. It's been low scoring and attritional as Threlkeld hits this one down the ground. King's going to turn and look for 2, but it's not there. 13 then off the final over of the game. As we say, Somerset have got options of where they go with the bowling. It's only Skelton, Barnes and Wellington bowled out so far. And Lancashire just have to swing here, you feel, and try and get a couple of boundaries to get them back in the position they need to be. It's going to be Robbins who takes her cap off. 13 wickets coming into this game, in this competition, from Molly Robbins. None today so far. 2 overs for 11. If she bowls a 5 or a 6 here, that'll be enough, more than enough for Somerset. 102 for 5 the score going into the final over. Long on is out. They've gone for a deep cover by the looks of things. Amanda Jade Wellington coming across to field at mid-off. Sophie Luff will slot in, you imagine, round about extra cover. There's 2 others that we've not mentioned back on the leg side at deep square leg and deep mid-wicket. 13 then off the final over for Lancashire. They've taken their time here, both sides, before embarking on it. In comes Molly Robbins to deliver her first ball. Threlkeld looks to flick it over her shoulder and she's bowled. And that could well be the game right there. 13 off 5 now. Threlkeld unable to
get bat on the ramp shot. She's bowled with the first ball of the final over. Somerset surely here's heading for their second victory of the competition. It's been a torrid campaign for them in the T20 format, but they're looking like they're going to win this 17 over a side game. Tara Norris comes to the crease. We've seen her hit a clean ball before, notably at Southport Cricket Club, but can she do it here at Blackpool Cricket Club on a stiflingly warm evening now? Ticking up towards 6 o'clock. Long conversation with Alana King, but it's pretty much all going to be down to Norris here. She needs to clear the ropes with one of these next couple. Holland and Wilson switch positions. Norris left-handed, of course, so we've got a deep mid-wicket, a long on, long off, and a deep cover as the 4 outside the ring. Short third backward point, extra cover on the offside, with 2 up in the ring at backward square leg and on the 45 on the leg side. Robbins then preparing to charge in. Blacks need boundaries for victory. Just 5 balls left. Norris starts with a heave into the air. The captain luffs underneath it and catches it well. And 2 and 2 to start the final over means it's 13 off 4 now. And the game, if it wasn't already, is now Somerset's. Sophie Luff with a catch off Molly Robbins. And Tara Norris is out off her first ball. Went for the right approach, had to go aerial, but didn't get the ball far enough out the ring and is out first ball. It's been a disappointing chase in the end from Lancashire. What's been a sticky wicket throughout. And Somerset have done well from a position of 43 for 5 to get up to this position where they are needing to defend 13 off the final 4 balls of the game. Big partnership from Sophie Luff and Alex Griffiths. The main reason why Somerset are going to win this game, and it was the captain who was under the ball there, Sophie Luff. Take the catch, more tweaks to the field. Skelton goes back to backward square leg on the leg side for the right-hander. We've also got a deep mid-wicket. Long off and long on now. The fielders outside the ring, completing the 4 there. Backward point cover, extra cover inside the ring on the offside. Short fine leg. And there's another one on the offside at third. The new batter is Darcy Carter. What can she produce here? Robbins running in. Carter needs boundaries. Doesn't get any bat on ball. They're going to run a bye, but it doesn't really help. Lancashire and Somerset are just happy to settle for that 1 bye. .11 more needed off the final 3 balls of this chase. In fact, it's been given as a wide, so 11 off 4 balls still. Robbins bowls. Hit high, aerially. Could this be another catch for the captain? Luff can't cling on this time. They get through for 1. Alana King with a swish of the bat on this occasion. It will now be 3 balls remaining. It'll be 10 to win for Lancashire. Darcy Carter on strike. It's still not impossible, but it's looking unlikely on a pitch which has not offered many boundaries all day. Somerset still well in control. 3 wickets remaining. Carter facing up. Robbins delivers. Carter swings the bat high in the air. And Luff again can't cling on at the back of the ring. They're going to look for 2. And Carter could have been run out, but regains the ground. Well, it's been a pretty crazy day, and it's a pretty crazy finish at the moment, but Somerset are in control of it. 9 off 2. Captain Luff unable to cling on, but her team still in control of the game. Nine off 2. Lana King, the Australian international, faces up. Has appeared for a country on 69 occasions across all formats. Hits this one hard. There's a hand on it from Luff, a crucial hand because it slows it down. They go back for 2. The bails are taken, but the runs are completed. But it means 7 off the final ball. So barring extras, this game is Somerset's. Robbins at the back of the run. Did bowl a wide earlier in the over, but provided she doesn't overstep or do so again, Somerset will get their second win of the season. Alana King will try and stop that from happening. Robbins bowls. King's going to hit this one high. It's going to go all the way for 6. And that is a tied game, ladies and gentlemen. Well, well, well. What a fantastic finish from Alana King. Gets a short ball on her thigh and dispatches it over the backward square leg boundary. What a thrilling finish that is in a game that has had few boundaries in it throughout. Alana King hits a 6 off the final ball and it ends on 114 for 7. And the game is tied. Well, well, well. A game that started with a traffic jam, a delayed start. We only got going at half-3, 17 overs aside. Somerset seemingly on the brink of their second win of the competition. They've had no luck really throughout it because the game ends in a tie with a 6 from the Australian Alana King. Well, well, well. It has been a game at times of poor quality and at times of outstanding quality, and Alana King with a 6 to finish is probably the place to finish. Reminder of the card, Somerset's innings built on the 36 from Sophie Luff, the 29 from Alex Griffiths. Lancashire throughout. They began up with the rate. Jones 18, Smale 25, Stephen 19, Lister 17, Morris 0, hitting her own stumps off the first ball. Threlkeld 11. Lancashire getting themselves in all sorts of trouble. Norris out first ball coming to the wicket for 0. But Alana King left on strike, needing 7 to win, but 6 crucially for the tie, is able to swish one over the backward square leg boundary and is able to tie this game for Lancashire. What an outstanding finish. 2 wickets in the piece for Molly Robbins, 3 for Amanda Jade Wellington, who'd really set that game up for a team. Ellie Anderson picking up another as well. The players shaking hands. Brilliant to have you with us on Lancs TV. Our thanks to Polly Starkey. And I've been Mike Perkins, and we look forward to rejoining you for the One Day Cup. Lancashire's first game of this little period of fixtures between the One Day Cup or between the T20 and the 100 will be away at Durham. And then we will be back for a game at Sedbergh against Essex. So we look forward to joining you for that one on Lancs TV. And what a thrilling finish that was. 114 for 7, the Lancashire score, matching the 114 scored by Somerset in their innings. And we have a tied game. This game between Lancashire and Somerset at Blackpool Cricket Club finishes as a tie. Goodbye for now.
Two names rich in history, Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Keep an eye out for some familiar brands such as Guinness, Celavino, VK Hooch and Britvic. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
L is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fuelled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.